and had a bit of discussion of what stakeholder. That whereas we have government, policymakers, civil society, the end person or the end beneficiary of all these response measures oftentimes is left out of the discussion. And so going forward, we felt that they should always be given a view. They should be listened to as we are having deliberations on response to outbreaks. So after that session on stakeholder collaboration, we had a session on the role of synthetic biology and other technologies in addressing GCBRs. Here we had still Dr. Stephen Opio taking us through what technologies could be capitalized on to combat these biological risks. And thereafter, we had a presentation by Dr. Piers Millet from the IGM Foundation, the Vice President of Respect and Responsibility, who has had quite a number of years of experience working with the UN in the field of trying to mitigate biological threats. So we had a bit of reaction to his, and some of the comments I remember is that whereas the superpowers or these developed countries are key in putting in place and enforcing these regimes to safeguard the world against these threats, oftentimes they find themselves in the position whereby they are the very first ones to breach such contracts or understandings. So going forward, how do we ensure that beyond having these provisions or these policies or statements or agreements, treaties, and the like, how do we ensure they are adhered to, both from the side of the developed countries and to our side, the developing and middle-income countries? I think when Mr. Hamilton comes to facilitate us today, he'll give a bit of highlight on how we can ensure that going forward, as we think of all these agreements, they're actually getting implemented. So after that session, we had now a session on the role of data surveillance and artificial intelligence in pandemic preparedness, where now we had still Dr. Stephen Opio, who internally at SynBio Africa is our expert on AI and bioinformatics. So he made a presentation on pandemic detection and early warning, application of artificial intelligence, data, and genomics. And we had a number of questions that lingered on to Jessica's presentation, Dr. Christian's presentation. And the question was that if in Africa, a number of cases, we almost have no sources of data on some of these, how do these data analysts and epidemiologists make predictions of how these outbreaks spread in Africa? How reliable is that data? The same question was posed to Jessica when she was presenting about data-driven tools for evaluating global health security. Jessica is the brains behind what we know as the Global Health Security Index, whereby they have tried to assess every country, about 195 countries, looking at their capacity in preventing, responding, detecting these disease outbreaks. Jessica works with the Nuclear Threat Initiative on their global biological policy programs. And still the question was posed that from that index, it's like they have data from all African countries. They're able to tell which ones are better prepared than others. So the question was, how reliable is that data? If, for example, in Africa, we have, from the experience with the pandemic, people resorted to, I would call it like returning to our roots, but now came to concoctions, to herbals and herbs to deal with the symptoms of the COVID-19. So when they're assessing our response to these diseases, does their data involve such traditional measures of handling these outbreaks? So what we know for now is that they're planning, I think, an update that index in 2024, and hopefully with the efforts of the stakeholders here, we shall have more reliable data in that sense. So after Jessica's presentation, we had one on biological emergency surveillance, early warning, and rapid response systems, status and perspectives for East Africa, which was facilitated by Dr. Christian Tiambu from the International Livestock Research Institute. And here you were able to look at how they store some of this genetic information, who accesses it, and how they ensure that the information doesn't land in the wrong hands and thus probably be used for other roles other than the intended ones. So thereafter, we had a session on biosafety and biosecurity, law and regulation case of Africa, which was facilitated by Dr. Robert Chiwuka, our project coordinator for this initiative here at SynBio Africa. Now, this was the last session of the day, yesterday, and the discussion ended up being about what the countries that are represented here, what biosecurity measures they have in their own countries. One is that no country has a biosecurity law, meaning that probably their governments will be quite slow in committing resources to biosecurity measures. And then we went into a discussion on what efforts have been occurring in these countries, what challenges they have met, identified that stakeholders oftentimes, instead of looking at opportunities for collaboration, they rather look at it as competition and end up shooting down each other's efforts, one or another, or duplicating efforts that probably would have been coordinated for much more greater impact. So going forward, as we discuss over these 3 days, how do we ensure that, for example, as SynBio Africa, since we are working on GCBRs, the ministries of health are working on biosecurity, the Africa CDC, Nuclear Threat Initiative, the UN and their agencies, how do we ensure that our efforts are coordinated? How do we synergize so that we have a collective response to the threat of GCBRs, other than keeping in our silos and assuming that the other party or the other stakeholder is our competitor? So I think that's something that's going to keep on in the next few days. So basically, that discussion and session by Dr. Robert Chiwuka kickstarted or gave a kind of a preamble to today's very first session, which will be on legal framework and policy, where we are going to have a presentation from Mr. O'Neill Hamilton on the role of policy in combating GCBRs, and you will also be able to make a presentation on some of topics of yesterday, the role of government, international bodies, CSOs, and industry in addressing GCBRs. Specifically, we look at how to support industry to address GCBRs through effective public-private leveraging, which, as we experienced in the pandemic, is something that ended up coming to our rescue. So as Mr. O'Neill Hamilton prepares, we are going to use the next 4 minutes to, I'm going to move the microphone around and try to pick your mind on what stood out for you yesterday so that we get in the mood for today's discussion on legal framework and policy. So today we shall have a discussion on legal framework and policy, and later we shall have a discussion on capacity building. And lastly, we shall be trained on risk communication. So I'll need about 2-3 hands to briefly give us their view of the discussions we had yesterday. Any comments here or online? Yes, so discussion was interesting for you yesterday. If not, I'll just pick randomly because I know all of us were here yesterday. Let me start with Soha. I know you joined a bit late, but you joined the biosafety discussion. So what stood out for you yesterday? The question is, from the sessions we had yesterday, what stood out for you, and what would you like us to consider going forward?
Firstly, good morning to everyone. The sessions that I have reached is the biosecurity and biosafety, but I'm really feeling sad because I missed the role of the synthetic biology, because I'm interested in synthetic biology during the management of GCBR. So here, if there is someone to tell me what is the conclusion of the role of synthetic biology that being presented tomorrow, yesterday. If you want to make a simple discussion in this area, exactly the role of synthetic biology, So anyone? Stephen?
You have a question for Dr. Stephen?
Give me a simple conclusion.
Of the role of synthetic biology in GCBR. Okay, synthetic biology has very many applications. For example, it can be used for making vaccine. It can be used for it involves also training. It can be used for training people on how to use the tools for GCBR. So also, it can also be used in the opposite way. It has a dual purpose. It can be used in the good way, also it can be used in the bad way. It can be used to create the bad or like bioterror microorganism. Okay, so we have to make sure that we only take the good part and prevent people from doing the bad, using it to make the bad part. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. That answer a little bit.
Okay. So yeah. In Africa, what do you think the development of synthetic biology tools, is it that rate that maybe getting a risk in developing such biological agent that be considered as pre-burdens or something like this?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah, because I think somebody yesterday talked about the risk of when I first introduced, I said that naturally it will not be easy for this microorganism to cause GCBR.
Yeah.
But for example, like bacteria and fungi, naturally it's almost impossible, but they can be created using synthetic biology. So what we can do is to have a policy that can prevent people from using synthetic biology to create organisms that can lead to GCBR. So in Africa, I think we have that we have people who are in this policy.
Yeah. So this is my question yesterday, that how we can pay attention for policymakers to make attention to the research that guide in this side. But I think the policymaker evaluate the thing by the money that we getting. So we don't have an instrument to get an output and then getting the money. So I think the problem here, how we can make an output that being evaluated from our policymaker in order to make them supporting our research. So this is a problem.
I think somebody mentioned that we should include policymakers from what we do. Unfortunately, for us scientists, we don't know how to sell ourselves or to sell what we are doing. We don't even know how to work with policymakers. So we should include policymakers from what we do so that they understand, because sometimes we try to blame them, but they don't understand what we do. We just have to bring them so that they know what we are doing.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody can help me also with that. So.
Okay.
And anybody have anything to add to this about synthetic biology and policymakers?
Anyone?
Yes, thank you. There's a hand online. Musa, you can share with us your thoughts about yesterday's discussions, after which we shall have Mr. Hamilton kickstarting his presentations.
Thank you very much.
Musa,
I just wanted to
talk to us.
I think evolving field, and I also don't know whether at global level, whether there has been any kind of efforts to come up to a conclusive kind of a framework on regulating actually synthetic biology. So it's something we need to think about. The previous speaker actually highlighted the importance of involving policymakers, but also at African level. I think this is the time to prepare as African Union, and also maybe at global level, to come up with actually a discussion on these emerging technologies, especially synthetic biology. I know there's a conference of parties to the Cartagena Protocol, but this is major to genetically modified organisms. And during the last conference of parties, there was a recommendation to do a horizon scanning on these issues of synthetic biology. But a decision has not been taken very, very vividly. But within the discussion of Hamilton O'Neill, we will get more insights on the future strategies and proposals at African level. And this is how African countries should really come out concretely to actually see how we can really integrate regulation of these emerging technologies, especially synthetic biology, into our national frameworks, which actually are also not there apparently, as actually Mr. Moderator, you highlighted. So it's a very candid issue that our African countries should take interest in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Musa, for your submission. Mr. Musa Kwehangana is a biosafety officer with our research regulator here in Uganda, the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. So ladies and gentlemen, let's start off today's session. It's a continuation from Dr. Roberts' discussion yesterday, legal framework and policy. And it will be presented by Mr. O'Neill Hamilton. Mr. O'Neill Hamilton is the regional coordinator for the implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540 in the Caribbean community, member states, and the United Nations Counter-terrorism Executive Directorate's regional focal point. He has served the CARICOM Secretariat and the government of Jamaica in several capacities, advising senior government and security officials in CARICOM member states. CARICOM is Caribbean community member states in a range of areas related to regional security, and particularly in preventing trade in strategic items and the proliferation of chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear weapons and related materials. He holds a Master of International Public Policy from the Johns Hopkins University. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. O'Neill Hamilton. Most welcome.
You don't have a mic stand. Good morning, everybody. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. Let me certainly recognize the organizers of this important initiative, and certainly a focus that is more than appropriate now. Just a little amendment to my bio, which is a little dated, quite frankly, and there was one that was sent, but perhaps not integrated here. But while I still certainly do have great interaction with CARICOM, I continue to wear a number of other different hats as well in the non-proliferation space, not just with international organizations, but also from a think tank, if you will, from an academic standpoint as well, looking at issues in the non-proliferation space, looking at how governments and other entities can certainly collaborate, can certainly deepen their interaction in advancing non-proliferation, looking at specific arrangements, for instance, like Resolution 1540, which I'll speak a lot more to going forward. But looking at just how these arrangements have served to certainly strengthen governmental involvement and input in these areas, and all, quite frankly, directed at also deepening international peace and security, particularly as it relates to strategic items, items that can be used, can be leveraged to produce weapons of mass destruction. But my focus here primarily will, just given, again, the various hats that I wear and the extent of my professional focus, will be primarily within the security domain. And of course, the concomitant and intersecting aspects, whether legislative aspects, regulatory and administrative strictures that are employed to actually aid this process. So those are things that will be looked at as well in the presentation. But writ large, generally speaking, the interest would be to take a look at just how industry. No, not this is yeah. Essentially on how global catastrophic biological risks can be more effectively addressed through effective public-private leveraging. There is a basic node in terms of just where the discourse goes, and I'm sorry that we're having some problems uplinking my slides, but there's a saying from the corporate world that both government and the private sector are inextricably linked in fashioning a workable dynamic that fosters both security and development, but provides the functional space for industry to innovate while respecting the others, meaning government's right to regulate. And therein, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, lies the conundrum, the difficulty, the tension. So without question, industry, not government, has been the obvious font from which strategic goods and technologies have flowed. Industries, the private sector, produce items. Governments generally are not in that business. Governments, of course, are more seen as enablers, providing the environment, facilitating the base, the floor, the environment for which industry can innovate, can produce, can function. It is, however, important to note that notwithstanding the establishment of governing norms and treaty-based arrangements, and I'm going to be digging a little bit deeper here, and my trust and my hope, quite frankly, is that most of you would have had some familiarity with some of these arrangements as far as the non-proliferation domain is concerned. So I'll be looking a little bit at the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the Chemical Weapons Convention, Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention. But let me just pause there. How many of us have either heard of or have some working knowledge of the BTWC? Or, I mean, for most of us who have worked with this for quite some time, we refer to it as the BWC, but it's the BTWC. The Chemical Weapons Convention, Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Just a quick show of hands. Those who have ever heard of these arrangements, worked with these arrangements, any of you who have been in government, for instance, who have had to deal with implementation processes in this regard. Just a quick show of hands, anybody? So we are dealing with nascent territory then in this regard. All right, so there's an arrangement, often referred to as a triad, that governs what we call the non-proliferation space. And yes, let me concede here that when we talk about weapons proliferation, it doesn't have to be in the strategic space. What do I refer to as the strategic space? Nuclear and radiological weapons, chemical weapons, and biological weapons. So when I use the word strategic, that's just what that means. It just captures that. So guns, small arms and so on, munitions, all of those, of course, are subject to proliferation. But generally speaking, when we talk about preventing proliferation, from where I sit, it has to do principally with nuclear radiological, chemical, and biological weapons and their constituent materials. So there are norms, and these are what these treaties are about. They're about effectively codifying, making some functional sense of how countries interact with respect to acquiring these materials, possessing these materials, transporting these materials, and using these materials, using nuclear materials, radiological materials, biological, and certainly chemical materials. And of course, the regime itself has a major interest, which is obviously not to have these weapons be used against human beings, whether domestically or across borders. So that is the main interest. So this brings me back now to the key question of where the private sector sits in this regard. Again, when it goes to the whole issue of the production of these materials, generally speaking, I'm not saying that it hasn't happened. I'm not saying that it is totally unprecedented, but I'm saying to you that generally speaking, governments are not in the business necessarily of producing chemical, biological, nuclear, radiological materials, generally speaking. Generally speaking, they are sourced, they are produced, they're manufactured by private interests. And so because of this, it brings the question, of course, the private sector's involvement in measurable and sustainable risk reduction, and where that has been. And so I'll just throw that question out to you. And this tends to be my style. I tend to be a little bit more interactive than just making a straight presentation. But from where you guys sit, from the information you have, even though you may not have had great familiarity with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the Chemical Weapons Convention, or the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, but if you were to proffer a guess, is it your view, for instance, that governments having negotiated these treaties and so on have had significant input from the private sector, significant involvement, significant interest from the private sector, or has the private sector's involvement been peripheral? What is, just anybody, wager a quick guess on that? Has the private sector been very involved in the process, or has the private sector been operating from the periphery? Has the private sector's involvement been just minimal? Anybody proffering a guess? Well, I can tell you that certainly in terms of looking at the functioning of these treaties and really fueling them, if you will, in the implementation process, there really has not been a lot of involvement, certainly from the standpoint of the private sector. And so it is certainly commendable that within this forum, looking at global catastrophic biological risks, to actually examine the role of the private sector, because the private sector is not a dispassionate bystander. The private sector has a fundamental role, an important role to play. I would discuss, and let me, of course, ask as well, because linked to this, because if we are talking about catastrophic biological risks, then a lot of this discussion is centrally in the space where I sit on proliferation sensitive items, strategic goods. And from the outset, as I mentioned to you, when I talk about strategic goods, it has primarily to do with nuclear, radiological, biological, chemical items. So back in 2004, the international community, through the auspices of the United Nations, was of the view that there really needed to be an arrangement, a structure that would certainly support efforts globally with governments around the world to get a handle on how weapons of mass destruction, their constituent materials that would be used to manufacture these items, nuclear, radiological, biological, chemical weapons, how that process would take place, what kind of involvement governments would have in preventing the spread of weapons of mass destruction, what kind of legal and regulatory and enforcement strictures could be put in place to actually advance that process. So in April 2004, the United Nations, under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, which deals with critical items, issues critical to the international community, they adopted this resolution, Resolution 1540. And 1540 means nothing more than just the 1540th Security Council resolution. I mean, that's all that it is. So that's its name, Resolution 1540. So Resolution 1540 is recognized as that resolution that seeks to, in just loose parlance, have the global community wrap its arms around weapons of mass destruction, how to contain it, how to contain the spread, how to prevent their use, how to prevent states and non-state actors, terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda, for instance, ISIS, from getting these materials. So the resolution had some key operative paragraphs, and every single country that is a member state of the UN is mandated to implement this resolution. So this is now not like the other arrangements that I just mentioned, and which I will talk about in a little bit more detail. The Chemical Weapons Convention, Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention, Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Because as you know, well, let me ask, because I tend to be pretty interactive, as I said, to your mind, in your best guess, how does a treaty differ from a UN resolution itself? How are treaties proffered? How do treaties come into being? Any idea? You don't have to be 100% on mark, but just generally speaking, anybody in the audience has any idea about how a treaty or convention comes into being, right? Which is structurally different from coming into force, which I'll talk about a little bit later, but any idea how that differs from a resolution? All right, so quickly so we can move on. This resolution, which I said is mandatory under Chapter 7 designation, every single country that is a member state of the United Nations is obliged to implement this. A treaty, though, right, than the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, states have to agree to be party to this. So that is a voluntary thing decided by the state. With respect to a UN resolution, it is a mandate. The United Nations, you are mandated to implement this resolution. And this is the case with Resolution 1540. Now, as I said minutes before, the breadth of activity in terms of containing strategic items, in terms of wrapping our collective arms around this very, very challenging issue, cannot be just the purview of governments. So the question, of course, now comes, how can now this process of preventing the spread, and I'm narrowly talking about weapons of mass destruction, but then we are going to broadly, of course, pivot to biological items, for instance, which is the focus here. How can this process be incentivized given the fact that merely appealing to the national interest in preventing proliferation has been maybe not as successful as it should have been? The logic here is that private sector companies, industry generally speaking, certainly would have a fundamental interest in preventing proliferation. A world that is insecure, a world that is under threat, a world where weapons of mass destruction have the potential to destroy millions and to alter our existence, obviously cannot be good for private sector, obviously cannot be good for industry, which has its main interest in doing what? Selling goods and services. Is that correct? Yes, that's what industries sell things, sell this phone, they sell a service, right? Whether it is something in the tourism and hospitality domain or something of that nature. That's what industries do. And obviously, when the environment is not conducive to that, if there's not peace and security, if there is an unstable environment, that cannot be conducive to effective and meaningful industrial output. So that is a challenge. And even more so, how can the implementation of export controls, anybody ever heard of that? Export controls, import controls, they're just pieces of both regulatory and legislative strictures that prevent entities, companies, private individuals from just moving items in and out of countries without any kind of, management, for want of a better word. And so we all know, of course, what our customs agencies do, regardless of what countries we are from. And so those are the entities that on the front end would be way more focused on export controls. Again, because private sector entities, because industry sells product, moves items across borders that are, sold to other countries. This is something that they also would have an interest in. And so to pivot back to where we are in terms of our focus, if we were again the Prof, I guess, is it our view that industry actors are sufficiently aware that in this respect, a high consequence biological event could be caused by the accidental or deliberate release of a synthesized or engineered biological agent? Do we think that that is perhaps a pervasive view? Anybody? There has to be one person here with a view. Do we think that industry is sufficiently seized with this issue? Anybody in industry? Do you think that the realization that as I said before, a high consequence biological event could be fundamentally inimical, problematic to their productive base. Do you think that that is sufficiently appreciated by industry? Anybody?
Anyone with a response to that? Microphone here.
I think it's useful, quite frankly, to kind of just think about that, because again, this is what our focus is. How does industry play its part? And I'm not asking, this is not necessarily a test. We're not being quizzed at all. I'm just from where you sit, and you can only speak from where you sit. If you were to look at your respective country, and it doesn't have to be, you don't have to think in terms of nuclear items, or for instance. You have in your own countries companies that produce chlorine, right? Which of course is an item that under the CWC is scheduled. Do you think that entities that produce chlorine in high volumes or whatever other strategic item, dual-use material? When I said dual-use materials, I'm sure most of you would be familiar with that term, materials that can be certainly used for commercial, day-to-day, human, in-home activity, but can also be used, that can also be weaponized, like chlorine, like various chemicals, like biological agents we're talking about. Do you think, as you think about your own domestic situation, as you think about companies here in Uganda, for instance, that produce these items, do you think that there's sufficient awareness that there are vulnerabilities? Or is it your view that companies, for the most part, engage the productive process and just kind of leave it there? No perspective on that? Well,
The hand online. So, David, you can unmute and respond to that question. What's your perspective on that, David?
My name is David Muteti from Kenya. The way I see industry, especially in our country, is they just push for profit. They sometimes don't even care who the users of their products are. And we have had many cases of counterfeit goods. So to me, companies are just profit making. They are not necessarily involved as to who the consumers are. Thank you.
well, that's one perspective. Any other perspectives? I'm sure in your respective countries, you have trade associations, for instance, that certainly give a collective voice from a particular industry, and they also have inputs. Anybody familiar with how your trade associations, maybe in the chemical space, or any experience in that? Because I think it may be, as I said, I thank the representative from Kenya for that perspective, but increasingly, which is a good thing, the private sector has been really, over the last 20 to 30 years, perhaps longer, but primarily over the last 20, 30 years, really had a much more linear focus on corporate governance, partnership, alignment. Increasingly, and this again is very positive, the private sector really seeing itself as a much more consequential player, much more fundamental player, and partner with governments.
We have another hand online. Eric, you can unmute and make your submission.
Yes, thank you very much, the presenter. Yeah, I think I tend to agree with the opinion of the person from Kenya. Yeah, the industries like here in Uganda are basically looking at how to make profits from whatever they manufacture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the point about who is going to consume my product and whether that person has an illicit motive to use it for destruction, given the challenges with the economy, the industry would not bother so much. So that onus becomes on the governmental side. The government is the one responsible for making sure that the population is safe.
Mm-hmm.
So the discussion on how
I think we may have lost him. All right, so let's move on. Hopefully we can get him back online. He can finish his point. But if I guess can just pick up the strand of his comment, which is that it certainly is incumbent, not just in governments, but on civil society, generally speaking, to certainly help with that awareness building process, which is where I'm coming from. So I'm very happy that that thread was picked up by our brother from Kenya, because that is fundamentally where this thing needs to go. Without effective awareness building, without industry being co-opted, being drawn into the process, without industry being invited to the table, because let me be very clear about that. I don't think that for those of us who have sat on the government side, as I have for years and years, can ever argue that involved in space, the security space, looking at issues of this nature, looking at global biological or other risks on that level. When these discussions have taken place, generally, it is from the perspective of how to have a regulatory infrastructure implemented. And so that's kind of on the back end. Here is the legislative construct that is going to guide functioning in this regard, acquisition of these materials, their use, their transportation, how they're manufactured, broadly, just the broad litany, if you will, of interest areas or critical areas flowing from the production of this particular item. And so this is what the law will look at, a framework attendant to that. And so industry, here's where I don't think that we truthfully can say that table in that regard. And so if fingers are going to be pointed that industry perhaps is very linearly focused on profit, as the earlier speaker mentioned, we also have to look from the government side and say that maybe efforts were not made in as vigorous a way, in as constructive a way to have industry at the table. So what does this mean? This means, of course, that changing the paradigm is fundamentally necessary. And as was mentioned in the introduction earlier, before there was the review of the discussions yesterday, this is as unique and as opportune a time as we have ever had with the COVID reality. What has happened during this period? Industry, like the rest of us, have been deeply affected by the whole COVID process is not necessarily a good word, but by this period, the period that we saw primarily since March 2020, and in a litany of ways. Again, this is my style, my interactive style, and I think this is a fairly simple question. How do you think industry has been affected with the genesis of COVID-19? What do you think principally has happened as far as industry is concerned? How have they been affected? How has industry writ large globally been impacted? Has industry been as profitable as it was in 2019, 2018, for instance? What has happened to industry? How has industry been impacted by COVID-19? It was a catastrophic event. That's what we're looking at. And how did that catastrophic event impact industry? Yes, sir.
The industrial fraternity, actually, before they're established, they go through those strenuous processes, be allowed to start operating. So during the shutdown of these facilities, business was curtailed. Absolutely. They lost human resource.
Of course.
Therefore, they were not generating any income, and most of the systems collapsed. So, and there's no any element of compensation in some states. So they don't have that parcel to reignite them to restart operating. So some have completely shut down and diversified. Others have diversified in their production systems.
Absolutely. And when we say industry again, let me not convey the impression that we are only talking about companies that employ 100, 200, 300 people. There are entities that are smaller, which of course were severely impacted. And there's not a single country on the face of the earth where a small business, a large corporation, as you said, sir, did not experience or suffer significant reduction in their output, in their ability to produce, in their ability to employ people, in their ability to expand and to innovate. They were all affected by COVID. And so what does this mean in practical terms now in terms of looking at global catastrophic biological risk reduction? Is this something that industry is comfortable with having recur? Let's just think about what would happen. Another scenario where similar events that really came into force in March 2020, if that were to happen again at an even more severe scale. Wouldn't this be something that industry would obviously want to prevent? Of course they would. And so this whole notion that industry is just a passive bystander, this whole view that certainly from the government perspective, from the perspective of opinion leaders and so on, that discussion can go forward without industry is largely a fool's errand. It's preposterous. It does not make sense. And so from national coordination to managing prevention and response, as well as the institution of countermeasures, which are generally seen as the exclusive purview of government, right? These are areas, again, where industry has very limited participation. That doesn't and cannot make sense in the world post-COVID-19. There has to be a situation with all hands on deck for that reality to be effectively dealt with. It cannot just be that government is going to be responsible for looking at prevention and response. Everybody has a seat at the table. I don't know how it is here, certainly in East Africa, but I've been in the continent long enough to know that the structural situation here is not very different from the Caribbean. Where am I going with this? When you look at PPEs, protective personal equipment, and their acquisition, is this something that a lot of governments spend a lot of time involved in? Acquiring PPEs for civilian use? From where I sit, I don't see that happening. I can tell you that for the fire service, then you'll have government departments, sourcing these things. You'll see procurement taking place in this regard. But you're not going to find that kind of procurement taking place on a mass scale that would be required for a response as we saw with COVID-19. What government agency would be designated under normative circumstances with having, but I should have had, but I left my mask upstairs, having these millions of masks at the ready? And once things started really getting serious after March 2020, what were the entities that were, in many cases, in the forefront at the very beginning in the procurement process? It was private industry, getting the masks and other equipment into these countries, getting the whatever it was to sanitize your hands and getting the chemicals that were needed and so on. It was the private sector that was shouldering this in most countries. And again, if this is the case, and if we are looking at risk reduction going forward, wouldn't it make sense then to have a corollary engagement with industry at a very high level going forward? So what I promised, of course, given the fact that I wasn't here yesterday, so we're looking at the private sector engagement and, of course, the legal structures as well that enable and enhance this collective response, this logical response, this doable, workable response. And so we have to start thinking outside of the box. We have to start thinking that with respect to entities like SynBio Africa, that as you interact with governments, there's also a parallel and corollary engagement with industry, not just looking at them as sources of funding, but actually making any kind of response, any kind of tip of the spear, for want of a better phrase, reaction possible, to have them as meaningful partners and not just people, not just entities bystanding. So in interagency logistics, and this is a general cap statement, which I really would want you to consider. In interagency logistics and national response coordination, that is where one of the gap areas really have been. And I saw this very personally in the Caribbean, because my working time and my living experience was in Jamaica. During that period, I couldn't, like most of us, travel. And so I spent quite some time interacting with the Jamaican government during that period. The government, of course, that I've had a long professional relationship with. I've been represented them as a diplomat overseas, worked with several ministries, primarily the ministries of foreign affairs and the Ministry of National Security. And so as a good citizen, like most of us, or at least I try to be, spent some good time in the beginning in a consultative capacity thinking how this process would unfold. And the fact is that at these meetings, a lot of the discussions focused on just how logistics and national response take place. And it was always with a set of government people, people who had no experience in how to procure stuff, to get cargo moved from place to place, to have major purchasing done, look at end user acquisition issues. All government people, at the very beginning, very few people from the private sector. And I dare say that in many of our countries, that was the reality. And in many cases, I think if we were to dispassionately and very honestly assess engagement processes at the very beginning, we would admit that that was a gap area, that was a mistake, that was something that we really needed to have remedied, to have had industry at the table from the very beginning. This underrepresentation in many ways impacted the effectiveness of moving protective equipment to the population, assisting primary care public health entities to do the interventions that were critical at the very beginning of the pandemic. All of this, I think, could have been helped, could have been facilitated, could have been more enabled if industry was a greater partner. And so what happened? What happened was that apart from the public health implications of this, there was invariable political fallout as a result of this, because what happened, and this didn't happen only in Jamaica, because I'm sure it was the same thing here in East Africa. We saw that in Europe, saw that in North America. What happened was that because so much of this discussion was emanating from government, in many cases, the private sector and private sector industry trade associations were on the sideline at the very beginning with the megaphone of the media, aptly criticizing how governments were performing, right? And so in many cases, it was really absolutely to the disadvantage of governments not to have had them on board in the very first place, because as we know, criticism tends to be most effective and most pointed and most resonant and reverberate most effectively when it's being done from the periphery. Yeah, because, I mean, when people can see the mistakes you're making in real time and say to you, well, listen, if I were involved, I could have acquired this protective equipment much faster, much better than you, because I have these links already established. And in many cases, that was true. But as I said, generally speaking, there was just not this dysfunctional stance positioning by governments to pull them in the first place. Because, and this is not excusing governments now, but we bear in mind, of course, just how daunting those first few months were going into COVID-19, where people were scrambling, ministries were scrambling, agencies were scrambling. Were scrambling to really get their footing. And so for all of those reasons, accepting the premise that industry's role is fundamental to this must cause us now, from a policy standpoint, to to have some different positioning. So we're coming up on 9:20 now. What I can do, because there's, as you can imagine, a lot more to my presentation, because I have not really even delved into the aspects that govern legal strictures and just how they can be implemented to and be intertwined in a functional way with policy to combat catastrophic biological risk. I would still like to perhaps do that. I don't know if there can be an attendant Q&A that can be explored, but I promise you that at some point today we'll talk a little bit more about that. But just overall, I think it is important to understand that this awareness building that I mentioned, it is something that entities like yours will have to focus on in a much more critical way, because effectively focusing global biological catastrophic risks writ large will necessitate engaging the private sector beyond traditional regulatory activity. It must engender strong public-private partnerships that prevent strategic items, which you heard me mention, and dual-use materials from being acquired for illicit purposes. This will require a combination of strategies that simultaneously build industry awareness, improve local administrative response systems, and assure exporters that effective management of strategic trade can enhance market access. You have to look at this from the lens of industry and increase profitability rather than hinder them. So a comprehensive approach would focus on administrative measures critical to strategic biological risk reduction, such as a well-integrated export licensing process, and serve to acquaint industry functionaries with key requirements, including, and let me just run this down before I close, form and content of end-user certificates, conditions for the issuance of individual licenses, verification measures, and attendant end-user control. And so again, coming back to where I started, this, from the security perspective, this is my imperative. This is a shared public-private responsibility. And so the recognition that GCBRs are on the increase is not simply the responsibility of governments, but of the private sector, and that rapid advances in technology engendered and facilitated by wealth, industry actors, foundations, and private entities all provide a more conducive environment for the manipulation of biological organisms and the creation and engineering of pathogens and other biological agents. Simple as that. So with recent expert gatherings, whether within the context of the BTWC and outside of that, we are seeing that there is burgeoning, growing state and non-state interest in the development, acquisition, and potential use of biological weapons. And so it is incumbent on the private sector players to see their role as active partners in biosecurity and biosafety. All right? And I don't have to even mention that, I hate to use this word, but I will use it, policing the life sciences. That process is also fundamentally critical. So I think I'm out of time, but I'll find a little bit more time to speak, certainly in terms of enabling legal strictures and certainly how that can be applied in a positive way to combating GCBRs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamilton. So shall use about 5-6 minutes to ask him any questions you may have from what he has shared with us. Any questions or comments from Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, thank you very much for that presentations and bringing more light to what we have to develop and what we have to think about, and most importantly, that role of the private sector into it, because it's also joining what the questions you asked yesterday. You remember, well, uh, the small ruminant business sector in Somalia, exchanging with Southeast Asia, etc., where sometimes maybe the diagnosis or communications on the risk or the disease and emergency, something like that, in their sectors may be affecting marketing and consumption of the product from the Middle East, for example. So this is clearly showing that by involving the private sector in the Horn of Africa in developing these strategies, we should be able to have this public-private responsibility in developing the strategies, in mitigating the effects, etc., and making sure that their profit, what everybody is looking at, both the private sectors and the public sectors in the Horn of Africa, should be benefiting from the good regulations and applications that we are putting in place. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you for your comment.
Any other question or comment online or offline?
My comments, or it has question aspect of it, will just be about small firearms and ammunition that are causing catastrophic, disaster in each state. Africa has been affected mostly, and some of us actually are products of those environments where you find small arms and ammunition being distributed, and even when government want to to foster for security of the area, you will not be able even to know how many of those are present and the users. As a region, for example, I will bring example for, let's say, Congo, let's say South Sudan. Like a country is landlocked, and then Uganda the other day I saw a fire, they were burning, those illegal items. Let's say there, things are pouring in, the UN is present, other private sectors are present, but still you find supplies still going down. Is there a mechanism from the BWC maybe and the UN Resolution Council that empower the private sectors maybe to come in and also join government in monitoring how these things are moved to certain areas where insecurity will be catastrophic with time? Yeah, like that, so that private actors, like the way we're in this room, can pick from that models and see. Because I know things already written, but practically, implementation is very hard to say disarm. You wouldn't just move to the village and start disarm when you don't even know who is carrying it. Yeah, thank you. That's my concern, just to see.
Is that nobody knows what is happening on the ground better than industry players. I mean, governments do, obviously. They have their functionaries up and down. The security services are, in and around the country. But I often talk about, and this is shifting a bit, but it's still very, very relevant. Show me a customs jurisdiction that works well and that has tremendous success in its both enforcement and investigatory capacities. And I'll show you a customs service that really has good, close collaboration with industry, with shipping entities, with people who fill those containers, because they are the ones that know how these illicit items are packaged and are moved, right? The customs official kind of comes into this process on the back end when X item is discovered, when the container is inspected. And bear in mind as well that regardless of how effective your scrutiny is on your ability to get a handle on what your throughput is, your flow through your ports are, regardless of how sophisticated your equipment may be, you will only be catching a fraction of illicit items that are being moved. People who know about these illicit items are not only always the nefarious people, but a lot of the industry partners themselves are aware of the means that are used and can be good allies and can be another good set of eyes for government, for the enforcement branches. But they are not used. And to your point, they're not on hand in the towns and villages to see how these processes work and to see what the vulnerabilities are and to see what the gaps are. And that is why thinking outside of the box, as I said, really partnering and having full integration or meaningful integration with industry is so critical.
Thank you very much. I see Dr. Susan is on standby already for the next session. However, we have 2 hands online. Shall I take those and I will then welcome Dr. Susan to facilitate. So, Fernand, you can ask your question, keep it brief. And after it has been responded to, Eric, you will also ask your question. Fernand?
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks so much to the presenter. I would like to ask this question. Let me start by saying, as a researchers, we need to purchase item with high risk. For instance, you need to purchase endotoxin kit in order to find perhaps the quantity of endotoxin in a particular product. And yet you have 2 competing industry. There's one through which you can easily get your product quickly, but the other one will follow regulation and it will take 3 months or 4 months before you get the product. So as a researcher, what advice could you give us on these issues? How can we make it fast? How can we speed up the procurement issue in order to advance research in African countries?
Yes, Fernand, could you repeat the question? What question that you mentioned towards the end?
I'm saying you have an industry company through which you can get a high risk product. For instance, I mentioned endotoxin product. You can also mention ethanol, for instance. But you have another industry whereby another competing industry, but that industry will take 3 to 4 months before you get that high risk product from them in order to carry on your research. So I'm saying, how can you advise how can you advise us so that advise that industry which takes long time to process our request than the other industry who actually use an illegal process in order to get the product easily into the market?
All right. Here's how I'll answer this. Regardless of where a particular company may sit in the productive chain, it is always incumbent on any government to offer, to provide, to facilitate the process with a regulatory structure that is clear, that is succinct, that is communicated so that anybody within or any entity within the productive chain can know exactly where their exposure is, where the regulation meets them, faces them. I think it's very, very difficult to go beyond that, certainly on the government side, where the handshake takes place always, as I mentioned before, is for those who are in charge of providing regulations, government, and those now who are responding to the regulatory infrastructure, industry, to actually, even before the regulatory teeth are put in place, to actually have these conversations, have these inputs. In different jurisdictions, there are different approaches to doing this. What we see in many cases in the global north is that you have people from the standpoint of the legislature, those who are, again, in charge of putting regulatory framework in place, being in many cases highly influenced by the private sector through either significant political activity, including donations, which is not a secret, as well as other influencing mechanisms. While that may be to the benefit of industry, I think to the end of the day, what suffers in a very real way is transparency, because there is often the view that you have these regulatory infrastructure that largely are in the if not the making, are certainly in the image of the entity, the company that paid for it, which is not something that certainly going forward against the background of good governance, transparency, is a good way to have governments function. Certainly not. But as I said to you before, having these different nodes and having, as I think you may be asking, maybe separately designed regulatory infrastructure to be afforded to that. I'm not sure that that kind of intricacy, for want of a better word, can be offered. But yes, I would easily admit that awareness on the part of industry is, yes, their responsibility, but something that governments have to become more involved in, because to the extent that you want to build confidence, if you want to look at this as a confidence building measure, then that is a good way to do it. Because if industry is of the view that the government in question is really comfortable with them being part of the process, sees their need to make a profit and to thrive and survive and so on as being important, these entities, these companies will be much more disposed to cooperating with government, and in so doing, making whatever resulting regulatory framework a lot more responsive and a lot more robust.
Thank you. Eric, please make it quick and proceed. Eric, you can unmute.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I have just a simple question to the presenter. Yeah, so in the jurisdictions where these regulatory frameworks do not exist, are we trying to suggest that the private sector should take lead in trying to initiate the coming up of these regulations or not? Because I need to clarify on that.
I can never see a scenario where that will take place, quite frankly. So that's not a risk whatsoever. I think that the private sector, just given how they are disposed, are just happy to continue doing what they are doing until the governmental structure sees the need to initiate this process to do the kind of policing that needs to be done. So no, I would never suggest that, because this is not something, quite frankly, in a perfect world, in a real world, that you would ever see coming from the private sector. Now, are there instances where the private sector, the process having been started, certainly are very favorably disposed as good citizens to be at the table to contribute very, very quickly and very meaningfully? Yes, and we have seen several examples of that, and increasingly so. But the notion that anytime soon, where these gaps exist, you'll see the private sector, standing or waving their hands to actually initiate the process. I think that we'll be waiting until the cows come home for that to happen.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Hamilton, for responding to all these questions. You mentioned you have another package for us on legal framework. I think we shall be able to accommodate it later on in the day. So for now, we are going to have our last session before you go in for our break. It will be about the U.S. Federal Select Agent Program by Dr. Susan Krupp. So when we're collaborating with Dr. Susan on this presentation, this was her observation. You have a comment? All right, let's have it quick.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity. So I wanted to come back to the previous question regarding the engagement of the regulator to facilitate the process and in the procurement. I think the question was how to cut down the time frame, the delay when we are procuring reagents or whatever that should not affect the research going on. Yes, most of the time from where we sit, we see what the government is doing as too much barriers to research implementations or delaying our activities, etc. But we also need to understand that most of the time the interest of the government is to protect its population. So this is very clear, and that's why they have different checkpoints to make sure that any product entering the country is safe and will be safely handled throughout the research process. So what I wanted to propose as solution to what the participant asks is in 3 points. The first one is that as researchers also we should learn to engage the regulators on time on activities that we are going to do, and sometimes to discuss with them on the protocols, on the importance of what they are doing, so that we don't have too much back and forth discussion, sending the document, sending comment after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 months, before we have approval from them. This is one thing. And it also means building the capacities of those regulators. For example, you may have, if it is we are research related, let's say, to livestock, you may have the Department of Veterinary Services involved, you may have the Food and Poison Board involved, you may have sometimes Human Health Ministry involved, etc., depending on the type of the product and the orientation you are giving to your research. And if your program, your proposals is not, or your application for the importation of product is not clear enough, you spend too much time. But on the other side, we need also to be working with the government, because they may have different departments in charge of giving approval at different points. How can we build the capacity of the government system to have a kind of one-stop shop approval system. I've been seeing in Kenya, for example, my institutions working with the whole panel of Kenyan regulators, there may be 14 of them, plus the International Service of Agri-Biotech Application, for example, to see how we can come out with a kind of system, it can be online system for approval, where we just have to, if it is going through, let's say, Kenyan phytosanitary inspection service, for example, you just need to check our point, okay, in this application online, then they click, then you should move to the next step, maybe to National Biosafety Authority, they check their sections. This will make the time very short for the approval. It means if I was to take 1 week to send a document to KFIS before it's coming back to me, that is already 2 weeks. Sometimes it's coming to my office, hard copy when I may not be in. Then I take another 2 weeks to send it to Department of Veterinary Service before it's come back to me. I send it to the National Science Commission. It's come back to me. I send it again to the other. You see, that is already a lot of time. But if it was going online, everybody should be able to see how it is moving. And even online, if I'm the owner of the application, I should be able to track and to also engage the person at the next step, say the document is already at your desk, please look at it, etc. Of course, we understand government also sometimes have a lot of activities, and some boards are sitting once a while, 6 months, 2 weeks, etc. But we just need to make sure that all the information we have in our application is clear enough. Another aspect of cutting down that time is exchanging with the industry, for example, the provider of the product. Is it possible, this is just a thought, that we have a kind of first capacity building in our respective institutions? That is very important for people who can efficiently handle the product in the government checking point and in our institution, then have a kind of discussion with the industry. Can you have an office internally where you have your product and those who are authorized to use the product? So it means if Naro in Uganda needs a specific product provided by, I don't know, Biogen or whoever is supply it, but Biogen is having its freezer in Naro somewhere. It means a scientist in Naro can just cross to the authorization service in Kenya and say, in Uganda, and say, this is what we need. Is that okay? The products have gone through different processes of approval earlier. So I just go to the freezer with authorization of the head of institutions and use what I want to use, and it is big. And at the end of the month, the company can come now and do an audit and say, this is what have been used for this by this person, etc. And the cost is this. It means we are reducing the time, and we know that we still have to pay at the end. So if we apply that process, we have the product available. Of course, we only use it when it is needed with a kind of control process, and we should be able to make sure that the product is there with trained people who can handle it safely. Authority from the government can come in regularly for an audit, and we use it and how. Then we should be able to have our research moving on safely and on the good time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christian, for that submission. I hope you've picked the recommendations he has made. Will be very key in cutting down. So that probably we do with the tendency to get material from those who can dodge government restrictions in a bid to try to cut on the time we are spending waiting for the materials to get to us. Thank you. Yes, so the next session is about the US Federal Select Agent Program. And I just want to give you a bit of context why this is very important for us, for our discussion here. I was mentioning earlier that when Dr. Susan was collaborating with us on this, she observed that in Uganda now we have established a national inventory of dangerous pathogens. And so the question was, is there any sort of program in place to control or regulate who is able to work with these pathogens? I think that same question came up yesterday when we were looking at Dr. Christian's bank in Nairobi, who has access, the check-in points and all that. So the US has such a program, which is called the US Federal Select Agent Program. And so Dr. Susan will be sharing with us how that works and how they're able to regulate who has access to dangerous pathogens. So that eventually, by having that control, we can reduce the risk of the pathogens being used for an attack or to cause a risk to humanity. So briefly about who Dr. Susan is. Susan Krupp began her 19-year career with the FBI as a forensic examiner in the mitochondrial DNA unit at the FBI laboratory, directing a team of biologists conducting forensic analysis on evidence from criminal cases and testifying in court as needed. From that position, she transitioned to the FBI's Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center, TEDAC, as a supervisor for the DNA analysis group. Dr. Cropp is currently serving as a management and program analyst with the Chemical Biological Countermeasures Unit in the Countermeasures and Mitigation section of the Weapons of Massive Destruction Department in the FBI, participating in outreach and countermeasure initiatives to prevent the production, acquisition, and misuse of biological agents. Prior to joining the FBI, Dr. Cropp earned a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in zoology from the Ohio State University. So Dr. Stephen Opio is a lecturer there. So one of your alumnus is here. So, and a doctoral degree in evolution population biology from Washington University in St. Louis. Following graduate school, she received a postdoctoral research fellowship in molecular evolution to study the evolution of color vision in New World primates. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Dr. Susan Krupp to share with us how the US is ensuring they regulate who accesses their dangerous pathogens. So, Dr. Susan.
Thank you. I am unable to share my screen because it says that the host has disabled screen sharing. Can you allow me to share my screen to show my slides?
Yes, we're working on that now.
Are you able to see my slides now?
Not yet. You can share your screen now.
Let me try one more thing. Right.
You can now see your slides.
All right. Is that better?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. So good morning, everyone. I want to thank you very much, especially Mr. Odom, for inviting me to join your workshop and speak with you today. As you've already heard, I'm from the Chemical Biological Countermeasures Unit in the Weapons of Mass Destruction Directorate. I am a management and program analyst. So I'm not an FBI agent. They don't let me carry a gun. I'm a scientist by training, as you've heard. So I just want to take a minute before I get started on my presentation to explain what the Countermeasures Unit does and why the FBI would be interested in joining in your workshop in the first place. Officially, the Chemical and Biological Countermeasures Unit seeks to identify chemical and biological WMD threats and helps enhance public and private partnerships to better mitigate and respond to current and emerging threats. So what does that really mean? It means that we do a lot of training and outreach to academia and industry on a broad spectrum of biosecurity topics. That's in order to help them understand how to protect themselves and protect their work. It's also so that we can establish a relationship with them so that they can feel comfortable coming to us if they have questions or concerns about biosecurity. We also work with our governmental and law enforcement partners, both domestic and international, so that we can all be aware of emerging threats and biosecurity issues, and so that we can benefit from each other's experiences. So in short, at the FBI, what we say is we do everything that we can to stay left of boom. And what that means is what we do is to try to prevent things from happening. We try to prevent that explosion or that investigation from ever having to happen. So this is the disclaimer that we are required to provide for all of our presentations. What we ask is that you not make copies of these slides and share them with, and pass this along and share it with anyone else. What I will say to you though is my contact information will be at the end. If you have questions or if you would like some of the information that I've used in this presentation, please don't hesitate to contact me. I will provide you with whatever materials I'm able to provide you with so that you can use that information yourself. So, select agents are biological agents and toxins that have been determined to have the potential to pose a severe threat to public health and safety, to animal and plant safety, or to animal and plant products. In determining whether or not to include an agent or toxin on the select agent list, the Public Health, Security, and Bioterrorism Preparedness and Response Act, which is our legislation, requires that specific criteria be used. And so those criteria that are used to determine whether an agent or toxin is going to be on the select list, first of all, they consider the effect on human health of the exposure to the agent or toxin. So how is that going to affect people? What is the severity of that effect? The degree of contagiousness of the agent or toxin, and the methods by which that agent or toxin is transferred to humans. The availability and effectiveness of pharmacotherapies or immunizations to treat and prevent illness resulting from infection by that agent or toxin. So whether or not there is something that we can do to prevent the severity of our reaction to exposure. And any other criteria, including the needs of children or other vulnerable populations that might be exposed to that agent toxin. Now, select agent lists are going to vary by country. It depends on what is endemic to your own country and the potential that you or your people have to be exposed to a particular toxin or agent. In the US, the select agent lists are required to be reviewed and republished every 2 years, and they're revised more often if it is necessary. Now, there are 4 actual sublists that comprise our select agent list. Those are the Health and Human Services Select Agents and Toxins, the USDA Veterinary Services Select Agents and Toxins, USDA, and that's US Department of Agriculture, Plant Protection and Quarantine Select Agents and Toxins. And then of course, there is a list of agents and toxins that overlap between these 3 lists that are on a special overlap list. Now, if anyone is actually interested in those particular items that are on our select agent list, all you have to do is Google it. It's not really necessary for me to review that list right here today because actual agents that are on the list are not what I would like to speak with you about today. I would like to mention, as mentioned in my introduction, in 2010, Uganda conducted a self-assessment on the scope of biosecurity in the country. One of the recommendations that came from that assessment was that there be a creation of an accurate inventory of the laboratories and the infectious agents that they use in the country. This recommendation was included on Uganda's GHSA 5-year roadmap in 2015. So Uganda's national inventory of dangerous pathogens was successfully implemented in 2016 and recognized by the World Health Organization in their JEE of 2017. This inventory shares electronic data on the inventory stores electronic data on approximately 40 institutions in your country, their locations, and the pathogens that they are storing. Having this sort of inventory can provide important information to help with the national policy framework on biosafety and security. So during this workshop, I heard by your presentations and your discussions, you'll all quite wisely understand that there are many aspects to this discussion. Building on the system of documenting dangerous pathogens Uganda already has put in place and move forward is where we need to go. So I thought that I could talk to you about the system that we have in place for our select agent programs and how we partner with law enforcement and how we partner law enforcement and regulatory agencies to sort of give you an idea of a potential path forward. So the Federal Select Agent Program in the US was established in response to US congressional mandate to ensure the safety and security of research for biological agents and toxins. With oversight from the Select Agent Program, entities are able to work as safely and securely as possible with select agents and toxins. Of course, this has led to important scientific discoveries that have improved diagnostics and detection, treatment and prevention of human, plant, and animal diseases. This program is responsible for developing, implementing, and enforcing select agent regulations. Of course, part of this program is maintaining a national database, very similar to the national database that Uganda has. The program is also responsible for inspecting entities, generally research laboratories, academic laboratories, government laboratories that possess, use, or transfer select agents. So I would like to point out that this program also is responsible for the movement of select agents between laboratories that might possess them. The program is responsible for ensuring that individuals who work with these agents undergo a security risk assessment, and that is conducted by the FBI, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that in just a few moments. The program is responsible for providing guidance to these regulated entities that have been licensed to work with these agents on how to become compliant to the regulations. So the program generates guidance documents, conducts workshops, gives webinars to talk about how to explain to these entities how best to comply with the regulations. And also the program investigates incidents of noncompliance that would happen to occur. The Federal Select Agent Program is managed jointly by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Now within HHS, they are managed by the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, so the CDC, and specifically the Center for Preparedness and Response, Division of Select Agents and Toxins within the CDC. It's also jointly managed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, specifically the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, also known as APHIS. And within APHIS, it is managed by the Emergency and Regulatory Compliance Services, specifically the Division of Agricultural Select Agents and Toxins. Now, while those two governmental agencies jointly manage the program, the FBI also has a role with assisting in the Select Agent program. We are responsible for conducting the security risk assessments for individuals that want to work with select agents. So that, that oversight is within the Department of Justice, because the FBI falls within the Department of Justice. And specifically within FBI, our Criminal Justice Information Services has a bioterrorism risk assessment group that actually does these assessments on the individuals who would like to work with select agents. So there is a process by which this risk assessment takes place. First, an institution who has an individual or group of individuals who would like to work with select agents has to put forth an application for individuals to do this. So these individuals have to be sponsored by their institution, and they have to fill out a background form. They have to be fingerprinted, and then the institution puts that forward to Health and Human Services and the USDA to sponsor and put forth that sponsorship to request that these individuals be allowed to work with select agents. This background form and the fingerprint card are then sent to the Criminal Justice Information Services at the FBI, because they are the ones who have access to and hold access to a variety of criminal and investigatory databases that they can do background checks on these individuals. And they also hold the fingerprint databases. Once those forms are properly transmitted to CJIS, the Biorisk assessment group will then review all those database checks, look through them and see if those individuals meet the qualifications, or if there are disqualifiers that would prevent these individuals from being able to work with select agents. The results of those checks and the results of the bioterrorism risk assessment group's conclusions are then sent back to Health and Human Services and USDA. Now, there are a couple of laws in the United States that make provisions for evaluating these applicants, and there are lists under these two specific laws that I'd like to explain very quickly, that explain exactly how or what disqualifications exist that would prevent applicants from being able to work with select agents. First of all, there's the USA Patriot Act. And within the Patriot Act, as you can see, there's quite a list of disqualifiers that would prevent individuals from being able to work with select agents. Specifically, they have been convicted or under indictment of a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term that would exceed 1 year, or convicted of a crime and imprisoned for a year. For a term exceeding a year, if they're a fugitive from justice, if they are unlawfully using controlled substances, if they're an alien illegally or unlawfully in the United States, if they have been diagnosed and legally identified as having mental illness, or have been committed anything other than willfully committed to a mental institution. If they are a national of a country that supports acts of terrorism, specifically international terrorism, if they have been dishonorably discharged from United States services, or if they are a member of or act on behalf of a terrorist organization. The other legal regulation that directs the Select Agent Program also has a further list of disqualifiers for being able to work with select agents. And those sort of go hand in hand with those provisions under the US Patriot Act. So individuals that have committed a crime specifically an act of terrorism, crime that is an act of terrorism. Again, if they have involvement in an organization that engages in terrorism, or if they are a registered agent of or unregistered agent of a foreign power. So I'm sure that you understand that when you're talking about a person's suitability and reliability to be able to work with select agents, there's an entire spectrum of risks involved here. And so what we are trying to do in doing this risk assessment is to try to provide a little additional coverage of that spectrum. So as you can see in this graphic here, that background form that individuals are required to fill out is of course shared with the institution that they are applying through to be able to work with select agents. So that first layer of security comes from the information that is contained in that background form. But then the FBI adds that extra layer in doing this security risk assessment by in evaluating the criminal databases and other information that can be gleaned from the databases that we possess that applicants might be found in. So, but what I would like to say is this system is not infallible. And so what I'd like to do is just to give you an example of an actual select agent program application and walk you through it so that you can see some of the things that we actually have to evaluate and how we can base our conclusions on that, the conclusions that we send back to Health and Human Services and the USDA. So no names involved, of course, because that's personal, but these are the actual results from the FBI doing a search on an individual that is applying to be able to work with select agents. So just very quickly, I will walk you through this. The person's criminal history, as you will, went back to 1986. The first charge there on the left-hand side of the screen was a charge of fraud. And they were convicted of fraud. That particular type of fraud that they were convicted of was considered a misdemeanor in the state that they were in. Again, in 1990, they were charged with theft by check and were convicted of passing bad checks. But again, in the state where they were, that was considered to be a misdemeanor. Furthermore, in 1995, again charged, this time with aggravated assault, which is in their state a second-degree felony. But the sentence that they were given was a 5-year suspended sentence, so no jail time. They were discharged from probation, and the conviction was eventually set aside. A couple years later, assault with bodily injury, but that particular charge was dismissed. In the same year, property theft of a certain value, because the value was so low, that was considered, they were convicted, but it was a misdemeanor. Again, assault with bodily injury, so that means that they assaulted a family member. Again, convicted, but it was a misdemeanor. Finally, there was also on their record a couple of charges in 2011, driving while intoxicated, possessing a controlled substance, which is why they were driving while intoxicated. And at the time that this application was submitted for assessment, those charges were pending and were with the particular county attorney. Now, what I would like you to do, and I won't ask anyone to raise their hand or speak up unless you would like to, I will ask you, is this someone, without even knowing this individual, is this someone that you think should be working with select agents, dangerous biological agents or toxins? So just keep that in mind. Do you think that that is someone who should be working with them. Well, these are the results of our security risk assessment. So the maximum prison time for misdemeanors in Texas, which is where they happen to be convicted of those misdemeanors, didn't exceed 1 year. So if you recall from the list of disqualifiers that I showed you, that list requires that anyone who is convicted of a crime that is punishable by imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year, those misdemeanors that this individual was convicted of did not exceed 1 year, and so they did not meet that disqualifier. The applicant also did not meet the disqualifier of unlawful user of a controlled substance. That is because that last offense that I showed you on the previous slide had not been adjudicated yet. So they had not been convicted at the time that this application was made. Now, when we have a case like that, the FBI will check with the court for final disposition, and they would convict. They would certainly continue to check on the disposition of that charge, so that if the applicant was convicted of possession of a controlled substance, then they would be rejected from this application. However, at the time that the application was made, that individual did not meet any of the disqualifications that we as the FBI are legally allowed to use to disqualify an individual. So this individual was not rejected as being able, and that is the assessment that we would returned to Health and Human Services and the USDA, that individual could not be rejected. So again, I would say to you, is that someone that you think you would want working with a select agent or toxin? Now, what else can be done? As I said, even with the system that we have in place for vetting individuals, obviously the system is not infallible. And so we also make an appeal to the individual research laboratories and employers to do their own part in vetting people. So for example, what qualities, think about, in yourself, in your laboratory, if you were hiring somebody to do research for you, what are the qualities that you probably are going to be looking for in a scientist? You want them to be smart. You want them to be hard workers. You're probably going to want them to be, have a publication record, be very technically competent, have good communication skills, want them to have a good education. And so there are a whole list of qualities here that you are probably looking for in a scientist. Let me go back just a moment. I would say to you, do you think that that individual that I just described to you that was not qualified, that was not disqualified from working with select agents, do you expect that these individuals might have, that individual might have had these qualities? I would say, I would guess yes, because that's why they were employed in the first place, because they probably had all these qualities. And while they're very good qualities to have in a scientist, I would say to you that this cannot be the only thing that you look for in a person that you would have as a scientist working in your laboratory on select agents and toxins. What else can you do? What else can employers do? Because ultimately the employers, the research laboratories are the first line of defense. They are the first ones who see these individuals who are wanting to do this work. And so I would say to you that there are some other qualities that you might want to look for as well in these individuals. And as we say, these are perhaps the same kind of qualities you might look for in a babysitter, someone who is working with children. You would want them to be reliable and honest. You want them to be stable, responsible, trustworthy, nonviolent, certainly someone who has good judgment and is able to follow rules, someone who is a people person. Now, these are qualities that are difficult to evaluate on an application. And so it's important that we be able to get to know our people, that you talk to others who have worked with this individual before you hire them to find out what kind of people they are. It's important that we get to know the people that we work with, so that if something comes up and we see something unusual, we have some idea of whether or not it is unusual behavior for an individual that we're working with, or if this is just more of the same, the kind of way that they always act. So while you may not currently have a system such as we have in place for evaluating individuals who are able to work with select agents and toxins, while you may not at this time be keeping track of who exactly is working with select agents and toxins, I would still say at the laboratory level, it is something that individual laboratories and individual investigators can do to make certain that they are doing the work as safely and securely as possible by doing their own evaluation of the people that they work with, by getting to know the people that they work with, to make certain that they have the qualities and are able to follow rules and be able to work safely and securely. So I will leave it at that. I would say to you that if you have any additional questions, or if you would like more information on what I've talked about, I'm happy to provide that. I'm happy to answer questions now or later. If you don't have anything that you can think of right now, please just send me an email. My email address is there, and I will respond to you as quickly as I can. So again, thank you so much for inviting me to participate in your workshop. I think it's an amazing thing that you're doing, and you clearly, I've been listening for the past day. You clearly have the individuals there necessary in the room to talk about these kinds of issues. So I applaud your efforts, and if there's any way that we can help in this discussion, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Susan, for wonderful presentation. We'll take questions and comments from online and in person here. Any questions or comments for Dr. Susan? Any questions? Kano Bagash, is Uganda having any plans of implementing such a program here?
Yeah, as earlier alluded by Dr. Susan, Uganda has initiated the crawling steps in having such a program, which is being spearheaded by the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. By establishing or successfully implementing a national event of dangerous pathogens is one of the major steps taken by the country in such processes. We have a select agency list. We have guidelines for transfer of these materials that was developed by the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. I think we are in the footpath of attempting to have such a program within the country. And all labs in the country have been mapped, and they have a reporting system. There is a tool that was developed and disseminated, and trainings have been ongoing for the administrators and the managers of these labs, and they report regularly. So we are in the footpath of having this program enhanced in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kano Bagash is in charge of our biosecurity in the army, Uganda's army. So from other countries, does any of your countries have a select agent program of verifying who is handling the dangerous pathogens? Does Somalia have such a program? Well, if you have no questions offline or online or comments.
Thank you for the presentation. Yesterday I asked a question, or I was a little bit, I'm usually bothered by the fact that in countries like DRC, Uganda, where we have anthrax, and we have animals dying of anthrax, and they are usually buried in the field, and that may constitute a site from where people can get anthrax. So I would like to have your feedback, your comment. Can you comment on that? That's outside the lab, where we have to control who has access to what and the biosecurity. So what should be done? And I know in the US there is a workshop, and a conference going on, I think in North Carolina, about animal carcass disposal, how you should dispose of animal dying, let's say, of anthrax. So any comment on that?
So those kinds of situations, yes, sir. Thank you for that question. It's a good one. And it's certainly something when you've got a disease that is endemic in the country that you're going to have to deal with. Now, carcass disposal, so if there are animals that have been diagnosed with a specific disease, and we'll use anthrax as an indicator, that information does get reported. We have a system of reporting so that those farms that have outbreaks will report that that gets reported to the USDA. And so once that is reported, there is, of course, an investigation set up by those agencies to determine whether, what the extent of the outbreak is, and, if there's a risk to that being passed along to other farms. And so there are regulations in place for, here in the US, there are regulations in place for isolation of sick animals, and also proper disposal of the carcasses to try to prevent further infection beyond the initial site of infection. So yes, we do have those mechanisms in place for that very reason, as you said, because if it's disposed of improperly, not only does it raise the possibility that the infection can spread naturally, just by virtue of the way the disposal was done, but also provides, as you said, a location for individuals to get possession of that particular agent. So yes, it's a whole interlinked system, right? Of having the regulations, putting the mechanisms in place, but then also monitoring and following through and having further regulations. And it's a process, it's a system, right? It takes time to get those in place, and it's not something that can be done overnight.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the question, and Doctor for the response. Any other comment or question to Dr. Susan Krupp? All right.
Well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate joining you today.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for making the time and for joining us for the whole of yesterday. So we shall give Dr. Susan one more round of applause and let her.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Susan. So after that presentation, it's time for our break tea. So we shall break off for 30 minutes. When we get back here, we are going to have a further discussion on the legal framework and policy and the challenges that are faced during that process. And the presentation will be by Dr. David Musunga, after which we shall have a quick discussion still on legal framework and policy, where we shall accommodate some of the recommendations that Mr. Hamilton mentioned earlier. Once that is done, we shall now move on to the next session of capacity building. We've made a recommendation for capacity building several times, especially over yesterday. So today we are going to have the experts on that, telling us what capacity is required. That will be Dr. Irene Naigaga from Africa One Health University Network, and shall have approaches to capacity building by Professor Diafuka. So for now, we shall take a quick break, 30 minutes, then get back for that session. Those online, you can equally do the same. You can grab a cup of tea, or depending on the time, you can actually get a meal there. And then we shall be convening again at 11 a.m. East African time. Yeah, thank you.
of coming to the ministry and also being on the side of policy development. And specifically, good enough, when I came to the ministry, I found efforts in the issues that we are discussing in the Department of Biosafety and Biosecurity. There was the biotechnology and biosafety policy issues, and then the bill, which turned into the Genetic Engineering Regulatory Act. And then later on, also started on the biosecurity policy, took on, because it had already started earlier on. So I'm just going to, my presentation is really going to be about my perspective, sharing experiences that I've gone through in these processes. Moving. What will I do? Will it move? Or do I have to go back? Yeah. About going back. Thank you. Sorry about that. So this is my presentation outline. Some introduction, GCBRs, the international framework, which you know very well, the national ones. And then I'm going to give my experiences, walk you through the processes that have been going on with regard to the biotechnology and the biosafety policy, and legislation development process, and then the biosecurity policy and legislation development process, then go to the challenges, then conclude. So I must confess that the interaction with this Simba Africa was the first time I was interacting with this terminology, global biological catastrophic risks. And so I went around looking for what it means and interpreting it, and that's how I got it. Biological events that of disastrous consequence, humanity, and of global and lasting impact. And they may occur in those scenarios, the diseases, accidental and intentional, like in the research, your research, or deliberate. So efforts to prevent this are already in place. We have those international frameworks, resolutions, agreements, conventions that we are aware of. And of course, efforts in the biosafety and biosecurity are really geared towards attempt to prevent and manage these risks. Those ones, we know them very well. IHR 1540, I've listed them there. We all know about them. I'm not going to dwell so much about it. And then nationally, we also have those arrangements, One Health Strategic Plan, JEE, NAFS. We have a report from Uganda National Academy of Sciences, which made that recommendation, and also some assessments and of Uganda on GHSA. So, despite all these things in place, we still have problems. We are not yet there. And that's one of the reasons I think we're here. And one area is that we are lacking in policies and legislation, appropriate policies and legislation to deal with these issues. So as I said earlier, I'm going to go through these processes that the country has gone through at different times, and then so that you can have a feel of the real issues that are before us that we need to address if we are to get these policies and legislations on board to enable us to prevent and manage the biological risks that we are talking about. So, the biotechnology and biosafety policy and bill development process. This process started in 2000. The drafting of the policy started in 2000, and eventually it was passed in 2008. You can see the period there, how long it took. And the policy was simply to contribute to the national goals of poverty eradication, improved healthcare, food security, industrialization, and the protection of the environment through the safe application of biotechnology. We are focusing on biotechnology. And of course, one of the policy recommendations was to enact a law to regulate the biotechnology research and its application in the country. Following the passing of the policy, efforts to start the law started. And in 2012, the Biotechnology and Biosafety Bill 2012 was presented to Parliament. That was the 9th Parliament for consideration. All these efforts were under the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. Hope some of you have interacted with it. And this thing, it is an agency of government, and it was then under the Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. I don't know whether you noticed that issue, that controversy. Somebody is in the science area, biotechnology, and what, but is presented over by Minister of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. I don't know how they hold discussions, because Minister of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development essentially employs accountants, economists. I don't think there is any position in the finance for anybody on science-based, that's the biological sciences. So you can say that picking issues, taking it to policy level for discussion and onward formation to Parliament becomes an issue. The priorities are a bit different. Possibly that's why the policy process of from 2000 2008 took that long. So into 2017, from 2012 2017, the Biotechnology and Biosafety Bill was passed by Parliament. Now, this is now the 10th Parliament passing the bill, having been introduced in the 9th Parliament. But during the process, it was amended to Genetic Engineering Regulatory Bill and forwarded to the HT for assent. So at this time, the role of the agency of Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, which was spearheading the policy, had now come under what we call the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, which had been created in 2016. And now we're dealing with the 10th Parliament. So the bill was passed. However, shortly thereafter, forwarding it to the president, he returned, he declined to assent to the law and returned it to Parliament for further consideration. He raised some concerns in the bill. In 2018, it had come back to Parliament, it was discussed, and those issues that the president had raised were addressed. And in 2018, November, and that's the time about when I joined the ministry, it was passed again and forwarded to the president for assent. 2019, the bill was returned to Parliament. Some issues were not still acceptable to the president. And so, in the laws of Uganda, in the laws of procedure of Parliament, the bill cannot be discussed and returned to the president for the third time, because that is the provision which have been made. So the only course for the law would be Parliament discuss it further and pass it as Parliament, and it becomes law. And for that to happen, you need a 2/3 majority of Parliament sitting. And this is a very difficult thing to achieve in the Ugandan context. To have Parliament, 2/3 of it in session. First of all, even the room where they are sitting is small. They would need to go to Kololo or something like that, like they normally do on public functions, bigger functions. But even anyone sitting, to have 2/3 of Parliament in any normal sitting is a nightmare. They can only raise this when there are contentious political issues like the lifting of the term limits and such things. That's when you can raise such a number. But ordinary business is very difficult to raise that number. The other alternative would be the minister to withdraw the bill, start all over again. And so you can see the effort from 2012 to 2021, or 2019 for that matter. All that process looks like it required now to be started afresh. We start on a new agenda, and then we begin the process all over again for the law. So May 2021, 10th Parliament expired, and the new Parliament was in place, which is the 11th Parliament now. So the fate of this bill or legislation, we need to start the process all over again. And you can see that along the way, the stakeholders have changed. I've been changing. So when the bill starts all over again, you shall start the whole process, sensitization and so on, who and who, and so even the ones who are managing the thing will be new. So you can see the process. It's a long one. Then the other example is the biosecurity policy and bill. This one started in 2012, around the same time. This one was starting as a policy, while the other one was starting as a bill around the same time. And still, this was under the National Council of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. So following a period of consultations, there was a draft document in 2014. as the policy was in place and the consultations were going on, 2014, the same year, Cabinet came up with new guidelines on how to come up with policies for government. And they introduced what they call regulatory impact assessment, so that for any policy to be approved by Cabinet, you have to undertake what we call regulatory impact assessment. And that will be the justification for the policy. So between 2014 to 2017, consultations were going on, different stakeholders. As I said earlier, 2016, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation was established, and the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, which was spearheading all these policies and legislations, was moved from Ministry of Finance and put under Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. Along the way, 2016-2020 discussion on the JERA was going on. Genetic Engineering Regulatory Act, as I said earlier, was going on. Parliament, the President, and so on and so forth. And the biosecurity policy was also being fronted. So 2021 May, somewhere there, we started on the regulatory impact assessment for biosecurity policy. Now under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. Remember, it started under Finance. The National Council for Science, under Finance. When the minister was brought on board, this agency was placed under the Ministry of Science, where they created the Department of Biosafety and Biosecurity, for which I was one, and then I took over the coordination of that, pushing forward that policy. And so in May 2021, we started on the regulatory impact assessment for the biosecurity policy. Now, as we were making progress, changes came in again. The Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation was disbanded as a standalone entity. Remember, it was an entity with its own vote and its own so many things. Now, as a standalone, it was abolished, and its functions taken under the Office of the President, as, I don't know whether it is called a subvention in government, something like that. And a restructuring process has taken place, where they have created what they call, I'm now calling State House, STI Secretariat and the State House. State House is also under Office of the President. So the Secretariat responsible for all these things is placed under State House. So those are terminologies we are familiar with. Those are some of the standard definitions of those terms, biosafety and biosecurity. So, challenges, some of which you can tease out yourself from the presentations. The ones which I feel are really affecting this process are the following. These two terms, BSBS, are relatively new concepts. Even among the science disciplines themselves, everybody defines it differently, understands it differently. If it is so among the science disciplines, what will it be among the general public and maybe the policymakers? You can see what will happen there. Just understanding of the terms, biosafety and biosecurity, they're relatively new. I also admit that before I came to the ministry, the only thing which I remember I knew about was probably biosecurity, because being somebody on the front line in farms dealing with animals, there is the concept of biosecurity when you're looking at animal diseases control. So the new concepts, the understanding is different among different stakeholders, even among the key science places, disciplines, even within the discipline itself. If you look at agriculture, crop agriculture, and you bring all the stakeholders in agriculture, crop agriculture together in a room like this, and you say, define biosafety and biosecurity. Secretly, everybody write on a piece of paper. You definitely get different things. When you go to livestock, when you go to health, if you are in the lab, you might describe it differently. When you are in the clinical area, you might describe it differently. When you are in public health, you might describe it differently. So that's the meaning of these terminologies has been challenging to come up with a standard. Of course, there is the WHO definition, but everybody you find that is describing this a bit differently from the other. So I've said we have in this scenario, we could have what we call primary stakeholders. And I would like to refer these ones, the ones in the biological disciplines, health, livestock, crop agriculture, environment, and then we have those ones in national security area. They also have, look at it in a different angle. For example, whereas we have a standard definition of biosecurity by WHO, when you come to the farm, I've found out that this is how it is described. Set of measures designed and put in place to protect from the entrant spread. So it is that one is localized at that area. Others, when you interrogate all these disciplines, some are of the view that these two concepts should be handled together, while others think they should be handled separately. There are others who think we should combine these two terms and talk about biorisk management, general term, or biocontainment. You can see where this biocontainment would be some coming from the side of the laboratory people, biorisk management coming maybe from the environmentalist side. So you can see everybody has his angle of understanding of these terminologies. Others say these two terms, though they are similar and somewhere look at the same issues, they say should be handled separately, as they have wide differences and targets. And so the parameters should be differentiated. Each one should be handled as its own, determine its parameters and targets that can be measured. In the lab, working environment, we are talking about safety from harm from the organisms we are working with. When we go to biotechnology, on the other side, we are talking about harm from products of biotechnology, safety from harm. So that scenario is still an issue to be dealt with if we are to move these processes much faster. So because of these issues, consensus takes a while, takes long to get to consensus. And I've looked at, in terms of primary stakeholders, in my view, those in the bio-based disciplines, as I've said, the health, the livestock, the crop agriculture, the environment would be looked at as the primary. And then I'm just wondering whether security is in the primary or in the secondary. Then the secondary one, the other disciplines, the social scientists and the policymakers, maybe the farmers, and so on and so forth. The other issue is that it has been alluded to earlier on. In Uganda, because we have sectors, health, agriculture, what, and because everybody understands this thing a bit differently, they would prefer to handle it their way. The traditional style approach of handling government business. And also we find that now this biosecurity and biosafety cut across so many sectors. And therefore you find that there is some overlapping in certain areas. And just like Mr. Nkojo said yesterday, somebody starts doing something on biosecurity, moves on. When he invites the other stakeholder, he will say, no, I think you have gone out of your mandate. You have stepped on my side. So you go back to the drawing board and start a discussion. So where do you start? Where do you end? And where do I start? Where do I end? So you must make those distinctions first if you are to move. That is the mandate overlapping here and here. Somewhere it overlaps because we are dealing with government and we are dealing with the public. So the other issue, which I've alluded to, is the changing political landscape. I told you that the bill was introduced in the 9th Parliament. It was passed in the 10th Parliament. Discussions continued in the 10th Parliament, but it was not passed. And now we are in the 11th Parliament. So you can see that if we are to take on this thing afresh, we are going to go through the whole process all over again because the policymakers have changed. 5 years on, we have an election, new members of parliament coming on board, different people are on board, even technical people. You can imagine from 2012 up to now, even the technical people have changed in various offices. So the process drags on. And of course, the other issues which have been already mentioned, the capacity, first of all, the understanding of the concepts, and then the other issues that come with it, the structure, the human capacity, the coordination issues in the government, systems are not properly put in place. And the thing about improving on this is that you need to get the law in place first, which can guide the policy and the law in place, and that can now justify the improvement of this infrastructure or the capacity for that matter. As I said earlier, the policy development process is long, and public policies, just for a definition, they are government actions or inactions in solving citizens' needs. That's what a policy is, in a brief. Action or inaction solve a problem of the citizens. It means that there must be a problem for which you must develop a policy. And the nightmare here is that policies are usually developed at government level and beyond. Are the ones who see the need for the policy. Whether it is a required policy by the public or the citizens is another issue. Because now government, I'm talking about the policymakers, the politicians for that matter, they are elected, come to parliament, they come from the people. So they bring the people's, want to take care of the people's needs in parliament. And the politicians usually come from within the masses. So while he was there and did not appreciate that there's a problem which needs to be solved by government through enactment of a policy or a law, then it may not make sense to him when you bring that law to parliament when it's there. And as I said earlier, 2014, new guidelines was given, you need to conduct a regional impact assessment. This process is a very rigorous and engaging process where you have to demonstrate whether the policy is required or not. And I'll put that thing down there because we have scenarios where at technical level, at the national level, we tend to want a policy. So the question is, do we want a policy or do we need a policy? When you go through that process of RIA, you'll answer that question. You might find out that you at that level, you wanted a policy. But in actual fact, you don't need it. So that process, you have to go through it and really demonstrate that this policy is what? Needed. And you have to go through a rigorous process. My colleague here is here. When we started the RIA for the biosecurity policy, I can tell you we took 2 days to define biosafety and biosecurity. 2 days. What is it? The man asked us because the one who was helping us is a social scientist. So for him, he doesn't have these science things in him. So he was asking us, what is the issue? Biosafety and biosecurity You want a policy. But what is the issue that the policy is going to address? We had academicians we were on Zoom, academicians, health people, livestock people, crop people, academicians from universities, who else, security people, and so on and so forth. So we took 2 days to define biosafety and biosecurity before we can start on how to address it. So you can see how the process can be engaging. The other issue, this is general in all policies, I think. When you make a policy, it is for implementation. State stakeholders, functions, and so on and so forth. Many times, people at the front line, the ones who are implementers, are really not taken seriously to be part and parcel of the process of policy development. And yet they are the major service delivery points in the country, local governments and the other people at that level. So that in the beginning, they are not on board. Later on, along the way, it is necessary to bring them on board. But you see, when you are brought on board, when some distance has been traveled, you are not at the same level with those who started the journey. So you will keep asking the questions, why not? Why do it like this and not like that? And so the implementation, and yet that person is supposed to be the implementer. You'll be asking questions along the way, and you find out that implementation becomes a challenge. I've been there, so I know what I'm talking about. I've been at the policy implementation level at the district. You can bring a policy or something of government to implement if sometimes these things are coercive. Do this, do that, do that, do that, coercive as directive. But in actual sense, it would be that somebody is happy to do that can have its intended outcome. So in such a scenario, sometimes people turn around and say, of course, when you're in a meeting like this and we may talk the same language. But when I go to meet other people down there, for whom I'm supposed to put the policy in place, I may even talk against the policy or even the legislation which has been assigned to me to enforce or implement. So it becomes counterproductive in the long run. So you find out that what you intended to achieve, you're not achieving it simply because down there, the people you are entrusting to implement it, turning around even to the campaign it. As I said earlier also, GCBR related policies, legislation, biosafety, biosecurity, what, and so on and so forth, they don't attend to the day-to-day needs of citizens. We are lucky this time now that we have the COVID. COVID has given us a justification. When we go down to explain to people, we can refer to COVID as a real case scenario. So that we explain to them, you see, if we don't do this, these are the likely consequences, like we had in COVID. But otherwise, before that, what are you talking about? What is this? How does it affect me? How do I benefit? Because in Uganda here we have a saying, when you want me to do something, you must really show me the benefits. How do I benefit from this scenario thing? How am I affected? So if I cannot get those answers, questions, it's not an issue. It's a non-issue to me. With the COVID, as I said, these lockdowns, how they affected people and so on and so forth, we have an opportunity to exploit that scenario so that we can explain to legislators, policymakers, citizens day to day that you see, if this does not happen, if we don't take care of this, this is the likely consequence like we had in this scenario. I was just trying to compare policies in that area, GCBRs, and policies in the financial sector. These ones will be fast-tracked. When an issue in financial matters goes to Parliament, I can assure you that within the same month it is presented, it will be dealt with and moved on, because it affects day-to-day business, affects the business community, affects the government itself directly, and of course affects the citizens. So these ones, it comes on table, it is debated and concluded there, and the president has assented to it. Those who have been following the Uganda thing, there have been some amendments in the tax laws and so on and so on. I don't think they took 2 months, about 1 month. My gosh, I've been following. Just 1 month, they are done with. There was also one time the Public Finance and Management Act. It was it was passed about to, within 1 month, they found that there was a problem with the law that had passed. It was taken to Parliament, and the same week it was presented, it was passed. An amendment to the law which had just been passed. So the financial laws, they will pass without a hitch. So in conclusion, I'm saying the understanding of these concepts may vary across stakeholders in all cases. However, we shall appreciate that we need these things, policies and legislation in place. They are critical to manage these GCBRs, prevent and manage them. We need them. We have to find a way of getting the stakeholders on board, coming to a consensus, so that we get these things in place, so that we can attend to or domesticate those international frameworks, 1540, BTWC, and so on and so forth. And the other issue which I would put emphasis on is awareness. We meet in these rooms, we talk. I can see the category of people who are here. But if we don't take it beyond where we are here, policymakers, general public, so they appreciate these things, concepts, in everyday life, it will be difficult. We need to appreciate, and then when we engage them, the process moves smoothly and within a predictable time frame. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. David Musunga, for that wonderful presentation, highlighting the challenges, especially with the focus on his experience with Uganda's legal system. So he's now open for questions and comments on how probably he has been able to overcome them. Maybe he has failed to overcome them, but what has he learned along the way from the ups and downs? So any questions or comments? Raise your hand, I bring the microphone to you.
Dr. David, thank you for presenting. I think this is a field and evidence-based presentation of the process you have taken for. Before my question, I'll just want you to take another question because I was following our members online. Someone also appreciate your presentation that is very insightful for those who want to follow, and is asking that is it possible to digitalize it with the members of the parliament or those you take it to, so that you can easily have a system where you revise it, anything add up, everyone should be able to, and then you come at the day it came to finalization. And then why I picked that question, because the same way you deal for Uganda, we would like that whichever body willing for the neighboring countries, please be open to them when they ask you questions and when they face difficulties. And time may come, if possible, on your side, whereby even legislators of other countries, you can be part of the team to visit and showcase challenges that they may face. Thank you very much.
Yes, that is okay. What I would look at is that for the case of Uganda, now that we have done these processes, reach them somewhere, and we need to start on them afresh. I was of the view that when we are starting the process, the good thing about it now, we have documents. The documents we have. Now when we say we are going to start the process of this biosecurity policy or bill or whatever, biotechnology or JERA, we start at the beginning with the policymakers for the start. that we are going to bring this such and such a bill or policy process, and these are the issues. We engage them, then we go and engage the technical people. Procedure. And then while we are, just an experience, while we are hustling with the biotechnology and biosafety bill, turned to genetic engineering Directorate Act, me and my team in the department, we're asking ourselves, we realized that awareness was low. And where do we start? Some of us, as I said, have worked at the local government for quite a while. And usually, these are the areas where you interact with the public. Local governments interact with the people on a day-to-day basis. If local governments understand what you are trying to do, what you are trying to push, through their political leaders, because they also have their fora elsewhere, they can make this case. So with my colleagues, we had started on trying to find out this GMO, because biotechnology, the JERA was basically a GMO bill. And there is that negative connotation about GMOs. So we said, because the debate in Parliament was so tough that we had people on anti-GMOs, those ones who are saying it's fine to make a law to research in biotechnology so that it can solve some of our problems. But there were other people who are just saying GMO is bad, irrespective of how you do it, it's bad. And you see people who on that side seem to make more noise, and those who are trying to justify it. So we chose to go down to the local government and find out whether the issue of GMO and biotechnology is something to really understand. We were doing some small survey, and from the preliminary results, it was clear that the understanding of this subject matter of biotechnology and GMOs was very low, poor. And so in such a scenario, you need somebody, we're talking with my colleague here, you need numbers to have a sort of push for the law or policy that you want to put in place. If you mobilize local governments, for example, the technical people are there, of all disciplines, the political people are there, they also have their forum politically, district chairpersons have fora where they come and discuss issues respective to their local governments. So if we have this critical mass sensitized, aware, explain to them biotechnology and GMO, they can influence parliament, they can influence the president. Because they say, we want this law for ABCDE. Because we need ABCD. We need to address such a challenge, such a challenge. So we need to go maybe that way. Take people on board at the beginning, make them understand what we are trying to push. And when they understand, they will be an ally at that level. When you bring it to the national level, then things move properly. As these ones understand, this one understand, so that when you have a critical mass, your voice will be louder than the antis. Because now my understanding or my thinking about why the president refused to assent to the bill was simply there were noise. People who are anti made more noise than the pros. And the president being politically sensitive, he will say, I think there's a problem here. And yet, the president is a very pro-science person. But because there was a lot of noise from the antis, he said, let me wait. So he wants to hear maybe from this side, the people are more and making more noise than the antis. Then he said, I think this is a good thing. There's public support. I can sign this law, and I will not have a repercussion because the president is politically sensitive. If so many people are coming and saying no, he will say, even if he believes in it, say no, let me wait. So maybe that's what we need to do moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Musunga, for that presentation. I think it brings to light the journey that we've we've looked to seeing a success to. Unfortunately, we haven't, but hopefully that will come sooner than later. My question: for the time that this particular bill has always been talked about, and I think it's equally an experience from even the existing literature, like from other countries and all that, the discussion has always just like been around crops, like in the agricultural field. But we appreciate that these particular issues go beyond just the crops that tend to actually cause a lot of noise, because everyone knows if there is a GMO mango, I'll probably find it on the shelves of some supermarket and I'll consume it and all that. So my question is, what efforts are being put to ensure that even as this bill comes up, it is able to address all the different aspects of biosafety and biosecurity, inclusive of the different fields, without necessarily only, looking at agriculture, and then later on we realize, oh, we left out something that we should have, catered for as well. And yet we have seen how very difficult it can be to get some of these approved and enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, you have made the point, because as I said, when some of us got on board the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, we found this bill in the process. Also, we had the chance to study it, and you can see that it started around 2012, and mainly it was actually focusing on crop. Now we shall appreciate that since that time, so many things have happened, and biotechnology is not only in crop, it is in all the other science fields: livestock, health, pharmaceuticals, vaccines, and so on and so forth. And if I will be part of that process to reintroduce the bill, I will make sure that all these areas of biotechnology are put there. But in the bill there was earlier on when it was being started, we are told that the other disciplines were a bit shy being included on that bill, especially on the pharmaceutical side, for there are other reasons which I don't know. But I think it would be better now, even with the COVID experience, that all disciplines who make use of biotechnology should be brought on board. That the law should be comprehensive across sectors and not only in the crop side. In that way, I think more people will be brought on board. There will be more support for the same, and they believe that the process will be much quicker. The people who are against the biotechnology products in the crop side were saying that GMOs are harmful and that we do not know for sure the effects they can have on humanity. We are aware that insulin is a GMO. It has been around for some time. So we said, but you see, people are even using drugs of GMO like insulin. They know that insulin, people who use insulin as GMO are on a do or die. So that should not be taken as if we are going to, like in the food, we say, on the food, you can have alternatives. And we are still comfortable with the conventional breeding as far as food is concerned. We are saying there are challenges here and so on. Say no. But now with the COVID, we know that the vaccine we have taken is basically a GMO around the world. I don't know what effect it's shown so far. We also know that in the pharmaceutical industry, there are so many drugs antibiotics and so on, which at this day is manufactured through biotechnology. So if we can bring this to the light of the people, there's a risk, but the law is supposed to attend to the risks that there are. Because basically, every science product has got a risk. Anything, call it a, in fact, everything that we do in life has got a risk. For example, if you are moving from here to Entebbe, from Entebbe to Kampala, there is a risk on the road. You don't know what will happen. But it is up to you to behave in such a way that you minimize the risk, for example, of accident. So it is what you do that you will know how to handle the risk. Similarly, in the biotechnology, we have to explain to people that there is a risk. All science has a risk. If you go in a plane and go into the air, you don't know for sure that you will land. There is that risk. So all science products that we have is a risk. But the issue is, how do you manage it? And the law is supposed to ask us to put in safeguards to manage the risks that accrue from biotechnology, just as we are saying the bioscience research here. So I think that's how we should moving forward. Everybody who is a beneficiary of biotechnology be brought on board from the beginning. The environment, we are having challenges with the environment. Biotechnology can solve some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Musumba, for the highlights. But I just have one concern, perhaps, which you need really to take into account. I got a chance and read that bill myself, but I think what she has said, I won't diverge much. I think it lacks most of the components. Actually, for it, it has more of the GMOs. And even GMOs not tackling most of the items. So perhaps I think we need really to sit down, involving the multi-level, multi-sectoral, and multidisciplinary approaches, so that we make sure this bid is out, because it's really lacking many things. And of course, the president is very right. So COVID, yes, has taught us, so it would be a very good window for us if we have this health sector and plant and so on. So I think from our side as a project, we are able to support that. But again, I think from the beginning, we need to have political buy-in. So perhaps this workshop, if we had some politicians, it would also be a good thing. But I don't see any politician here. Perhaps Symbio will be able to take this message to some politicians. Yeah, so that we have a political buy-in rather than rubbing shoulders here and there, back and forth. Over to you, Dr. Musumba.
I think you have just mentioned the point. I don't need to add more. We need to move everybody from the beginning so that we have minimum hitches along the way. I think the politicians are easy. We need to organize ourselves as this level, for example, first. Then we engage the politicians when we are starting. But we are starting on this journey. A, B, C, D, E. You should be aware. We shall give you the literature, and we shall keep updating you on progress. Then you can keep engaging them along the way. So that when the thing finally comes, it's not so controversial, or there is a lot of there is more buy-in than antagonism to the what? To the bill, to the legislation that we are trying to push forward. That is very accurate, and that's exactly what we should need to do moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question online by David Muteti, but before we come to David, I would like to make sure that Dr. Irene is ready to take us on the next session after here. Dr. Irene, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, so shall take 2 more questions for Dr. Musunga, and then we shall get to your session right after that. So David Muteti, online, you can unmute and ask your question quickly.
Online,
yes.
Thank you for the good presentation and for the challenges the Ugandan side have faced. Here in Kenya, we have the same scenario. Although our Biosafety Act was passed, but I will give an example. When we started training in Kenya, we were the pioneers, and we were being sponsored by CDC, and it was very hard for us to penetrate the biosafety, biosecurity training to the government because of the policy makers. They didn't see any need, even though the funding was not theirs. Sometimes they would just claim, you are wasting our laboratory because we are training laboratory people. You are wasting our time because we don't see the need. So the approach we used was we went to the policy makers, especially the medical shops. So we had to sensitize them. And every time we were sensitizing them, we will tell them to involve the Ministry of Health on the political side. After some time, we managed to convince them because we had data on lab-acquired infections, how many people are losing their lives, misdiagnosis of the laboratory samples, people are being treated wrongly because there were no standards in the labs, and we were trying to set standards. So to me, these challenges are across the board, and sometimes it is very important to sensitize the top people, then you can cascade it downwards. When they see the sense, they will respond. Right now in Kenya, our laboratories are very high level laboratories because of the training we have been conducting. And now in Kenya, we are looking at the Biosafety, Biosecurity Act, which is now in a draft form. And we are going to involve all the stakeholders. And as somebody said about the Ugandan one, maybe there are some areas which are lacking. So we would like to look at all the stakeholders, consider everybody, then after we have it really encompassing everything which it is to cover, I think that will be a way forward. So I was just making a comment that I think Ugandan side, you are going on the right direction. And in Kenya, we also need to inputs from other countries, from other stakeholders, so that at least we push these things, and it is a benefit of every individual, not only the policymakers, not only us, but all the wananchi, the citizens will be benefiting from all what we are doing. And when that is seen, we will make a progress. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that.
We shall take one last comment from here.
Well, thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. A lot has been said about that bill, especially the one for Uganda. I have been engaged in Ministry of Health in that section of biosecurity, biosafety. From time to time, we carry on audits, and in fact, we call them national audits. But you realize that there's quite a lot lacking because it's a national thing, but the involvement is quite limited. The scope is quite limited. We have been focusing primarily on health laboratories, medical laboratories, with a few involvement of part of Ministry of, that's MAIF, Ministry of Animal Industry and Fisheries, something like that. The report produced primarily does not cater for the other key stakeholders. So in my suggestion, I'm like, if this bill, I wish this bill could capture inputs from all these other key stakeholders. One time I remember we were doing an audit and we went to a military barracks that's under Ministry of Defense. But right from the start, of course, you have to begin with the head of the facility, the caretaking doctor, the in charge of the facility, really didn't even have any idea of what biosafety, biosecurity is. So I had to first start by explaining these concepts, what they mean and all that, what it entails. So if these key stakeholders are brought on board, they will actually be able to cascade this knowledge to those different sections. And I think the work will move smoothly as one. And there is a bit of this, could say disorganization. You don't know who is mandated to do what, who is mandated to do this and that. That's why yesterday you saw Nkodio's talking, Mr. Nkodio talked about somebody stepping into the other's mandate. But I wish we could have a common say, we could have a common body that clearly spells out the roles of each member of this committee. Thank you.
Yeah, that's true. Who should do what in this space? It means that you need to bring all the stakeholders on board and put in place the legislation. That the policy and the legislation are the ones now which will do what? Assign responsibilities. And of course, moving forward, I was thinking that the JERA, as we were now calling it, we need to rewrite it comprehensively across the board. Because by technology we have seen it is a technology which we can use. Of course, we shall include in the synthetic biology as well, and the other modern techniques which are being developed. But it is cross-cutting and comprehensive enough. The previous presenter was Susan something. She was talking about to select the agent inventory in the country. It is there and so on and so forth. But most of the arrangements that we are having in the country, I want to call them ad hoc. We have the inventory, yes, it's there. There are some guidelines, there are some what, but they lack the element of law. There is no regulation. There is no enforcement. If somebody does not do the thing the way it should be done, what can you do about it? It's just mutual. So we need the law so that the select agent guidelines, whatever has been put in place, is enforceable across the board. So the law, ultimately the policy and the law need to be in place for things to move, for all these issues that we are talking about to be addressed in a formal way. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Musunga, for facilitating that session on challenges in developing and implementing GCBRS policies. Thank you. So I'd like to introduce our next facilitator who will be joining in online, Dr. Irene Naigaga. Dr. Irene Naigaga earned her doctorate in ichthyology from Rhodes University, focusing on the use of bioindicators and biomarkers to assess aquatic environmental contamination. She currently works as the regional program manager for Africa One Health University Network, that is abbreviated as AFROHAN. She is also a lecturer at Makerere University in the College of Veterinary Medicine, where she has over 15 years of experience lecturing in the Department of Wildlife and aquatic animal resources. So she will be kickstarting the session on capacity building with a topic titled, "What capacity is required to effectively combat GCBRs?" So she will be setting the tone for that discussion. So Dr. Irene, can you hear us? You can share your screen and make the presentation.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, I can hear you. Let me share my screen. And as I share, I would like to appreciate the organizers of this workshop for inviting me to share. Can you see my screen?
You can? We can?
Okay, I'm going to go to presenter view. So yes, you invited me to speak about capacity that is required to effectively combat GCBRs. So I had to focus because really capacity is wide, but I believe the reason you invited us, given the work that I'm doing, is really workforce. So I had to scope it. So I scoped the topic to workforce capacity that is required to combat the GCBRs. And my presentation, I'm going to talk about, briefly remind ourselves about the mega trends impacting Africa's health security. I know we've talked about the drivers, the diverse drivers that are impacting the GCBRs. So I will also talk about workforce capacity lessons that we've learned from nearly 15 years of building a One Health workforce under the Africa One Health University Network. So drawing from those lessons, I've used that to inform the workforce capacity in the context of the GCBRs. Okay, so basically, there are quite a number of mega trends that are impacting on our health on the continent, like population change, urbanization, economic growth, globalization, feeding the future as the population increases, the need for livestock, and of course, environmental change and artificial intelligence, which really was discussed in depth yesterday. And the question we should be asking ourselves, given this context on the continent, is what does the future mean now for workforce capacity? Can the workforce, the skills of 10 years ago still apply today? And of course, we are having these emerging pandemics. So by 2050, if you check in literature, there are predictions that the global population on the continent is going to be high, globally to be above 2 billion, and nearly 70% of these people will be urban. So there's that exodus from rural to urban migration, and then economies will be increasingly becoming consumer driven. There'll be a lot of need for livestock, for meat products, for animal products, for plant products. So livestock production will be more than double globally. And of course, we have increasing environmental impacts. And of course, we talked about the interregional and global connectivity, and then artificial intelligence. Yesterday, was talked about. It's going to be transformative if we prepare the workforce properly, but it's also going to be disruptive in the future. So we need to pay attention to this as we are thinking of the workforce. So what are the implications given this context that we are living in? What are the implications for the future workforce capacity? Is our workforce capacity vision aligned with what is coming with the future? So these are questions, and I don't think I have all the answers, but as training institutions, as institutions that on the side of the supply chain of the workforce, we need to be asking ourselves these questions. What workforce capacity does the future require, given this context? What is the organizational framework required to empower such a workforce? Do we need to change how universities are structured, how tertiary institutions are structured? Do we need to collaborate? So what policies need to be in place to enable these successes? And also sustenance of that workforce capacity. Does even the policies we have today recognize this cadre of workforce that will come out with these unique competencies? And then academic institutions and partners. And this is really vast. I just listed but a few: development partners, regional and continental bodies, government, the private sector. Are we planning for the future together? Are we planning for the workforce together? Are we prepared to retool the current and prepare the future problem solvers? So these are some of the questions that, as of course we design programs under the Africa One Health University Network, as we design research programs and training and curricula. These are some of the questions that inform the decisions. And as we think of building, of course, capacity for the GCBRs, these are of course even more pertinent because these are really, we are talking catastrophic events here. So we need to be having these questions at the back of our minds. So lessons learned, but before that, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about AfroHoon, such that you know what AfroHoon is. It is an international network, a growing international network of 19 universities within the African continent, and these are the countries where these universities are located, that is leading change on the continent in building what we are calling a One Health workforce. So this is basically our, I would like us to just focus on the pillars. We are doing this through 4 pillars: education and capacity building, where we influence curricula, the training of trainers, these are faculty of the lecturers as we know them, and also the delivery of programs to prepare, to try and equip the next generation of workforce, the workforce that at least is field ready to meet the complex emerging challenges. We also do research, innovations and service to the community. And then of course, resource mobilization and partnership engagement is something that we are keen on. And then internally, we try to strengthen ourselves to be able to deliver to this. So what have we learned over these 15 years under AfroHoon? We've learned that workforce capacity is multidimensional. So as we speak to workforce capacity, we need to, what category are we talking about? Are they frontliners, people at the front line? Are they medium to high level or basic level technical managers? Are we speaking to administrators or the policymakers? So each of that dimension will need a different competence and skills and levels of knowledge. Yesterday we were talking about awareness. We need to create awareness, increase awareness of policymakers. Maybe those ones, they just need that awareness level, but there are those who need the high level or intermediate skilling, like, you know. So it is multidimensional. And as you're coming into plan for capacity for GCBRs, we need to have that in mind. But also workforce capacity is fluid. It is a moving target based on the prevailing needs. So we built capacity to handle Ebola. When COVID came, it was like we were incompetent. So we need to be, we need to have a generation of workforce that is flexible at this point and ready to learn, resilient. And it's like you are on the go, you are on, you know, like the way you'll be on, you're on your marks to get going anytime. So, and it keep changing and keep learning. So making competence-based education, of course, capacity development, so needs to be a continuous process as we get into planning capacity for for these catastrophic events. So for people that are going to manage, the workforce that's going to manage, we need to know that it's a moving target. In 2 years, we need to be retooling. So there is that continuous retooling that is required. And workforce competence integration is critical in informing capacity to combat complex issues like the GCBRs. So competence integration, you will not have a sector that is going to be self-reliant in terms of capacity to mitigate these, or to combat these GCBRs. So we need to recognize that, and we need a generation of workforce that respects disciplines, respects competencies, that respects what the other party has to offer, and can confidently come on the table and listen to them and see that they are all addressing a problem. So we don't have the big brother disciplines, and so we need to kill that. We need to break the silos, and we need to, there's need to mindset clean. Working with Afro-Hun for all these years, I realized that it is hard to retool a workforce that has already been molded in a certain direction. For them to listen and agree to even work together, maybe to unlearn becomes a challenge. It is easier when you're working with the undergraduates, because now you're shaping their thinking, you're shaping their mindset, but now to deal with a graduate who has been implementing their work for the past 15 years, and you're coming here with a new skill, a new way of doing things, it is not straightforward. And then CBE, this is competence-based education, is something that we need to promote. I just highlighted this because it is very critical and it speaks to this competence integration. So in Africa, if we are to combat these global catastrophic risks, we need to collaborate. It is rare that even a country is going to be self-reliant in terms of capacity. But if you know your neighbor has, maybe they have labs, maybe, different levels of labs which you don't have, let's be open to that collaboration. So that integration, not only in competence, but also in resources, is going to be key on this continent. As I think for now, given, of course, our resources, we need also to think about numbers and competencies. So there's also need for strategies to address both. So I remember we were talking about, we are promoting, in One Health, we promote multi-sectoral collaboration. And then we were at a certain district in this country, Uganda, and they were asking us, you're talking about multi-sectoral collaboration. We don't even have a vet in this district. So of course, now you reflect, so what are you going to collaborate? How are you going to promote these when even the numbers are not there? So as we get to building and preparing capacity that is going to be effective, we need to think about, we need strategies to plan for numbers and competencies. I know there is a speaker going to talk about strategies, but these need to be in place. And of course, tertiary institutions need to review the intake levels. We also need to look at our curricula critically. We need to look at the trainers, faculty need also retooling. They need to be retooled, because if we are the people supplying the workforce, we're on the supply side of the workforce, you cannot give what you don't have. So as you plan for this capacity, let's look at these processes. It is not, it's not going to be straightforward, but there are processes that have to be in place for us to have an effective, because I know the emphasis was already on this effective capacity. Then changing education systems to produce a field-ready graduate is a game changer. But this graduate, it is expensive to produce a field-ready graduate, because they are going to have hands-on, they will be having field exposure, they will be having maybe internships. I know the speaker maybe is going to talk about strategies, will bring out some of those things, but this comes at a price. So it's going to be expensive for us to build a competent workforce capacity that is going to combat these global catastrophic biological risks. So we need to invest. Governments need to invest. We need also, of course, this can be also addressed at curricular review and delivery. At delivery level, we need to move away from being theoretical to being really highly hands-on, and the private sector and the industry needs to open up those spaces for students, pre-service, to go and practice and get that exposure and mentorship before they get into the workforce. So I just needed to add this slide. What is competence-based education? First of all, a competence is the capability to apply or use the related knowledge, skills, and abilities required to successfully perform. So you need the knowledge. I know we've been doing a lot of knowledge at universities. We need to add the skills, but also the attitudes, because when you're going to work across sectors, there's need for you to have the right mindset, respect for different disciplines, respect for colleagues. And if you're a person that is going to lead the team that is going to address these catastrophic events, can you convene this team with the right skills? We were in a certain country where, in Africa, I'll not mention which country, but their national One Earth platforms, and I saw the previous speaker talked about these as some of the policy platforms where addressing these GCBRs can happen, where the person who was coordinating that platform could not even recognize other disciplines. And this is a person in the leadership role. This is a person who is supposed to convene. So you can imagine what is going to happen. So the mindset, and we need to speak to this at really an early level before we get into the workforce. So what does workforce capacity in the context of these catastrophic events look like? We know that these GCBRs are complex in nature, and their impacts, of course, as we heard yesterday, they are multidimensional, multi-sectoral. Literally everybody is going to be affected. So the capacity to combat this must also be multidimensional as well. So of course, in different ways, multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary, and resilient. We need really a resilient workforce that is not going to give up. They have the mental resilience, but also the right attitudes. So this capacity should be molded at pre-service training level. We shouldn't wait to get them into the system, and then we are trying to change the way of doing things. We need to arrest these needs at pre-service level. I know there are countries that are even going to secondary level. Uganda, for example, right now in secondary schools, the curricula has been changed to a CBE, to a competence-based education curricula, at least from senior one. And I know the teachers first resisted because, you're changing the way you do things. But now I've started hearing positive testimonies right from the students, I think in senior one right now and senior secondary school, senior two. They are now attesting to, they are testifying how the system is, how the competence-based education. So this is the way to go. We need so I'm assuming when this generation reaches universities, it's going to be a different story. So we need also universities to change, and our network has been supporting competence-based education. So the African continent, of course, we are deficient in terms of competencies and numbers, and we need a strategy to address both. If they are there, then they are diverting. We have many veterinarians who are diverting from vets to now, going into private practice. And so we are not, some districts have only one veterinarian, and yet we are talking a generation that we need to address some of these catastrophic events. So what does an effective workforce capacity look like? This is a workforce that has the technical competencies needed to support the national governments to achieve the international standards. As we've had, I'm not going to details it, but also they need a cross-sectoral competencies needed to prevent, detect, and respond to these complex health threats like the GCBRs, and opportunities, of course, to effectively and efficiently combat these challenges. But this is not enough, because you can equip a graduate, and we've seen this under AfroHone over 10 years. Now it is changing. Now we are getting people recognizing One Health at national level. But before, you find these graduates maybe at pre-service level, they got these skills, they are eager to work across sectors, but now when you get into the workforce, the policies and the system is siloed. It doesn't promote that collaboration. Even when you are sitting at the district level, you find you're not talking to each other. So we need a thriving, enabling environment to have this workforce deliver. So these are some of the critical areas, and I just mentioned but a few. Yesterday, I know you've been hinting a lot about this, but this is something the list can grow. We need the capacity to prevent, to detect, and respond to these. So we need to build that capacity at that level. Detection, of course, national laboratory systems, real-time surveillance, reporting is very critical. And also in data management, we're now talking about knowledge management. How are we managing the knowledge, the learnings that is happening? I enjoyed listening to Christian's presentation yesterday, talking about those mega computer labs, computers that are going to store this data. Can we have portals where we can go and retrieve information and then learn? Because what we are doing, the research is informing, and there's a lot of learning that is happening. Can we capture this? Can we document, right from data capture to analysis? We need that capacity to analyze and then synthesize it, and then distill it and make sense out of it to inform policy, to inform the workforce. Because at the university, we need that information. We need that loop that is going to inform how we improve curricula. What are the curricular skill needs? So basically, this is just to mention, but a few. These are some of the technical competencies. Of course, human health competencies in these GCBRs is very critical. Animal health is very critical. Biosafety and biosecurity, artificial intelligence, I know it was talked about yesterday, environmental health, community health, and really many more. And then, of course, multi-sectoral, some of the skills we'll need. Management, leadership, communication, collaboration, and partnerships. I should have added coordination. I realize that coordination is very critical if you're going to lead a multi-sector team, and you need to be intentional about your coordination structures. So this is another area where we really need to build capacity, culture, and beliefs, values, and ethics. Systems thinking. We need those skills now more than before. We need, of course, an enabling environment. What are those mutual agreed upon goals, appropriate roles and responsibilities? You need to know what does the other one, my colleague, bring on the table. Of course, collaborative resources, time, meeting space, funding, all these things need to be thought about. Shared memorandum, SOPs, data management, I know I can't emphasize this, joint preparedness, and then there are those functional services like procurement. If you're having a catastrophic event, financial systems, procurement system they need to be smooth. We had a case, I think somebody mentioned, I think in West Africa, where the PPEs delivered could not fit. They could not fit I don't know which country sent them, but they could not fit the health workers. And yet we know that these health workers are at risk. We are talking numbers, but when there's a catastrophe, the first people that are going to be at high risk of death are health workers. So even as we are planning for numbers, we need to plan for surplus in the event. But of course, if we have proper response systems, then we know that we can save our workforce. So yes, we are thinking that this is just a schematic representation to show that when you have these multi-sectoral competencies, you're going to improve your capacity to detect, to respond. So you have your technical competencies, and then when you add those multi-sectoral competencies, there's going to be a bending in the performance arch. So you're going to improve your capacity to detect, prevent, and respond to these catastrophic events. Yes, thank you so much for inviting me. I welcome any questions and any contributions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irene, for that presentation. Any questions, comments? Raise your hand. Okay.
Hello, Dr. Irene. This is Dr. Chibuka.
Hello. Yes, Dr. Chibuka.
Yes, Doctor. Thank you for the great job you are doing. You've said for the last 15 years, and you've been churning out students with such very good competencies, which we think would be very useful in combating GCBRs. Now, my question is, to what extent have you engaged, and at what level have you engaged policymakers to just ensure that these products are put to good use? You are very well aware that we have what we call brain drain in Uganda and many African countries. So I think we need these people. Do you also know where some of these products of yours are? And now, do you have a system of monitoring them? And if Symbio maybe would want to work with them, how do we access them? Thank you so much.
Do I take the questions and respond later, or do you want me to respond?
You can respond to them as they come in.
Okay. So thank you so much, Dr. Chibuka. To the extent, I'll start with your question on engaging policymakers. We've not been intentional at doing this, but this is an area that, first of all, coming from universities, I realized that this system or this universities were not really known for engaging policymakers. It is a capacity that we are building, and we started looking at this. We've not been intentional, but it is something that we are planning to. In terms of the alumni, again, initially, we didn't track alumni, but right now we have an alumni engagement strategy. We've engaged a number of them, and now we are building an alumni portal where we'll have that feedback, that continuous feedback, and intentional strategic engagements. First of all, to inform, we desire them to inform our curriculum, but we also desire them to mentor, to serve as mentors, but also to mobilize resources for our activities, because we realize that a number of them are actually in high places. This is something that we are working on. It's in advanced stages. We have a strategy in place. We have a smart library where we're building a knowledge management portal, which has even space for conversations, like the alumni can go in and start talking to each other and discuss. So we've not yet opened this to the public, but we are building it, and we are testing it internally. It should be open because we are documenting what we've learned over time, and we desire this to inform even other universities. As you saw, we only have 19 universities. We have a number of countries and universities writing to us, they desiring our services, but of course the resources are not enough. So if they can access this portal and learn from what we've done, we have manuals, we have facilitator guides for faculty, we have student guides. So we'll upload these on the portal for access. So we're building that smart library. again, it is something that we, over time, of course, as you learn, you improve. So we are getting to that, and would love really to collaborate in this capacity building, these areas. Maybe we can talk with you and your team after this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question here. Those who are online, in case you have a question, raise your hand and we shall pick on you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I can see that you have only 19 universities and only 2 universities from Africa. What are the requirements for the university to join the organization?
Sorry, you said we have 19 and only what?
You have 19 universities from Africa and only 2 from Uganda. What are the requirements for other universities to join the organization?
Yes, we have, I don't know, maybe you can contact me for details, but yes, we've actually approached a number of universities in Africa. I know we've talked to, I don't want to list them, but almost every university I've written to them. One, we have, first of all, you must be a legal entity, which we know that universities are legal, but you must also subscribe to some of our values, because universities come, we don't have handouts for universities, but we work together to build a system. And you find that now that, I think it's really the expectation, because we don't have money to give institutions, but to work with you to build these systems. So I still don't know why we really don't have these universities, but I've written to a number of them and we've engaged them, but at some point they've not followed up. Sitema University, we've written to them. There's Soroti University, written to there's another one in Western Uganda. But I know that they participate in they're invited for a number of activities that Uganda plans for. So a number of them are actually active, and their students participate in some of the challenges, the case competitions. So if you're interested, you can send me an email and I give you the procedure. But they are really not, they are doable. It's just being legal, writing a motivation statement, telling us the value you're adding to the network. You know, they are just basic things that require you to put in some thought, but it's not hard, really. We desire that we have a number of universities.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Irene. This is Christian talking. And I just wanted to contribute to the question, the response to what Dr. Chip mentioned regarding the engagement of policymakers. And as someone who has been working with the network also since a few years, I can say OSHA and AFRON have done a lot in working with that. If I take the case of Cameroon, we have been working with all the line minister, all the stakeholders ministries working in One Health, in wildlife, livestock, humans, and environment in Cameroon, and the Prime Minister platforms. And some of those stakeholders are now taking also higher responsibilities, even in the country. So this is a way we can use to influence some of the activities at the national level. And even if we take the case of Uganda here, we have, I think Dr. Monica, who has been working with OSHA and AFRON for some good time, and now is also occupying a good position. Maybe it's an open door to contribute to policy engagement in different countries. I believe other countries can also take the same example and show how AFRON has been contributing to that kind of engagement. Thanks. It was just a contribution.
Okay, maybe just to, yes, I thought really the focus was engaging them with the intention to influence policy. I know that many countries have been engaging, and we have our country managers serving on the One Health platform technical working groups. But I think we need to move a step further from just collaboration to now fronting the agenda of really influencing policies. So thank you so much, Christian, for that. These efforts, I think now we need to build on them further to make sure that we get intentional in terms of really hitting the nail to where we want it to be, which is influencing really policy beyond just the collaboration, which we've seen. Really, we engage government, but to inform our activity implementation. But now we need to move further because we've built evidence. I think that evidence is strong enough to influence the way we do things at different levels.
Thank you so much, Dr. Irene, for your presentation. My name is Alex. I know that AfroHone has the One Health Institute, and they do capacity building when it comes to One Health. In this certificate program that you have you embedded in the works of GCBRs or anything that is related to biosafety and biosecurity, because it is really needed at this point for both the undergrads and the postgraduates? I'm a beneficiary of the One Health Institute. Thank you.
Okay, so, and I know you know that we didn't have those. So actually, as I was preparing for this, I realized that there's a lot to do, but also coming from the university, I know that curricula are oversubscribed, and you cannot push the course credit units beyond. So I'm thinking we just need to design either strategic courses, independent. So I thought about it as well, how we can integrate some of these, the GCBRs. And I was just thinking about it that way. So your question is pertinent, and we need to look into it and see how, because if you're embedding it into which curricula should we put it as a side, it could be a course within the One Health Institute such that we emphasize. But we've been having biosecurity, and I know Dr. Chibuka is one of worked with us for a long time, and we've been promoting these biosafety and biosecurity trainings. We partnered with the DITRA at some point and Sandia National Labs at some point, and we built capacity of labs really in biosafety and biosecurity. Some of us have level 2 certificates, but we need now to be intentional and speak to these. But there is an opportunity for us to do this. We are now developing at regional level, at continental level, what we are calling the One Health Academy. So the AfroHone Academy is going to have an opportunity where we can have now these courses, and they will be open to the entire continent, not just the 19 or the member countries, because we realize we've learned a lot. So as a network, we are packaging our best programs, and we are going to offer them under the AfroHone Academy. And these will be open, there will be certificate courses. So you can take them at different levels. They will have the basic, intermediate, and advanced. So that is an opportunity, and I think we need to speak to you, and maybe this is something we can work together on if you're interested in capacity building on this. And then we have a module that is basically speaking to some of these and focusing and targeting, improving capacity for GCBRs. Over.
Firstly, thanks, Doctor, for your presentation. From 3 minutes later, he caught my question. I want to ask you about the change in the system of education for the graduates, because I'm working as a coordinator of a Center of Scientific Research in Sudan. But I want to make the capacity building and curriculum, but I don't know how I can illustrate it at organized curriculum. So I want your advice in steps how I can make it in order to be illustrated in my country. Thanks.
Okay, I think I'll need to give you my contact, and we see how we can move this forward. We have the technical people who can work with you to do this, but of course we need resources. But now with Zoom technology, we can work online most of the time. So if you're interested, I know we are not in South Sudan, but through the academy, we can support. That is really the interest of the academy to reach the continent. And that's how we also changed the name from One Health Center in Eastern Africa to AfroHorn. So I'm going to give you my contacts, and then you send me an email, and then we follow up with you.
Thanks in advance.
Okay.
Right, there's one more question here.
Thank you, Dr. Irene. This is John Ding from South Sudan. Mine is a compliment to your pillars because I'm seeing education and capacity building, the research, the innovation, and all that, including number 4, the organizational and network strengthening. And I'm looking at the scarce resource that we have in the region and between countries, including the incapacity of some of the institutions even to join the AfroHorn. I think I heard you teaching on One Health approach at several meetings. And what remained to be a gap to me particularly is joining hand together and strengthen this networking for the same actors in the region, that we avoid the duplications of the efforts that are done, so that the AfroHorn may develop a database, for such actors that are supporting One Health approach, the biosecurity and biosafety, including the GCBRI. And in that way, anytime resources come up for a research or for a training, I think networking through the people who are already exposed to those policies and knowing the stakeholders in each country can be called together and be mentored or mentor new people into the team. And then I think the resources will be utilized well across those countries that are sharing borders. Thank you. That is my concern. Back to you.
Yes, and that is a genuine concern. It is something that we've thought about. We've engaged the ESC to try and have an MOU with them. And I remember they were telling us Burundi and South Sudan are not members. So that came as sort of a hindrance. So we need to have to establish that. So as we right now, we are working at different levels of membership. There's a committee that is developing these different levels of membership. We'll have, of course, full members. Like, we are largely funded by USAID, and USAID had their own target countries. So we could not limit, we could not expand that scope. But now, with these new levels of membership under the AfroHorn Academy, we are going to have South Sudan, we are going to have at different levels, those members where maybe you may not, we can mobilize resources together with you, but then we have an MOU with you that is structured, not just, ad hoc, because we realize partnership engagement also is hard work, and there's need to be intentional. And so we are having that. Maybe what we can do, I don't know, I'll need to keep in touch. We are hoping that by the end of this year, these membership models are going to be passed by the board, and then we'll open them up where you could just have partners where we collaborate, maybe not fully, but at associate level or at affiliate levels. And then we can, of course, that gives us room now to work together. But otherwise, internally, what you're speaking to is happening. The current members are working together to now, that is what I told you about the academy, that it is the existing institutions. The academies trainers are from all over the 19 universities. So they're already internally reorganizing to be able to render this capacity. And we worked with the ESC. So under the academy, we're going to be delivering the PAN-PREP program. I don't know whether you heard about it, the Pandemic Preparedness Certificates. So it's going to be delivered under the academy, and that will be open to even people outside East Africa. So yes, those efforts you're talking about are underway, and I would be happy to have, I wish I was there physically, then we would chat over lunch. I would be happy to follow up with you. I don't have your contact, but I'm going to share my contact, and I request that you get in touch with me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irene. If we have no more question or comment, I would like to thank Dr. Irene for being with us the whole of yesterday, literally, along with Dr. Susan. They were active the whole day online, and even today she was here very early. I'd like to thank you very much for taking interest in our workshop and for making the time to address us on that issue. So us who are here and those who are in their homes, we can give Dr. Irene a round of applause. Thank her for her work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are going to go in for a lunch break. We are going to go in for a lunch break. Those who are online, I'll be able to. I'll share Dr. Irene's email address with us. We have your emails that you can collaborate further with her on what you've discussed here. So for the afternoon session, we're having a continuation of the capacity building, whereby now, whereby we shall be looking at approaches. Shall be looking at approaches to capacity building, because the whole intention is that after this discussion here, when we get back to our stations in our countries, we can, in one way or another, contribute to building capacity, especially in the areas of mitigating biorisks and GCBRs. We shall be having Professor Diafuka taking us through that when we return after lunch. And after Professor Diafuka's presentation, we shall now have a training on biorisk communication, on risk communication. I think one of the speakers mentioned it yesterday, that when we were dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, simultaneously we had an infodemic, because the space of communication was taken up by people who weren't really well conversant with the facts. So we had a lot of resistance in terms of adherence to the measures, taking up the vaccines and things like that. So shall be having Tim Trevan from Cropp Biorisk consulting firm to train us on biorisk communication. And for that particular training, there's a brief assignment you're going to give you. He is going to give you. I'm only delivering. There are about 5-10 questions on this form. So as you go in for your lunch, as you have your meetings over lunch for that 1 hour, take time to fill in this form. Let me take you through quickly what the questions are. Your answers to these questions will be crucial to the discussion team will be facilitating on risk communication. We want to pick your experience, especially from the near GCBR of COVID, so that then we can see how to better do risk communication. So the first question will be, how did you feel when you first heard about COVID? Were you scared, curious, or other? Then there is space for responding. You'll note down your responses. We shall give you the forms after. Then the question is why? Whatever you felt when you first heard about COVID, why did you feel that way? What aspects of COVID caused those feelings? And the second question will be, the second section is, what was it you wanted to know about COVID? After listing what you wanted to know, then he asks, why did you want to know that specifically about COVID? And how did you think having that information would help you? Yeah? So the third section is, the questions here we have is, what were the first things your family asked you about COVID? I believe almost all of us here, one way or another, are scientists or are working with scientists or are in charge of scientists, biosecurity, biosafety, biorisk, and all that. So most likely your friends or family come up to you and they were like, this thing is happening all over the place. You know, they had questions for you. So here we want to know, what were the first things your family asked you about COVID? Then still related to that is why. Why did your family want to know those things? What needs do you think they were trying to address by asking you those questions? The fourth bit of that is what advice did your friends seek from you about COVID? This could have been at your workplace, or maybe when you go to your sports club, somewhere you are, maybe when you go to your hangout place, and these conversations were coming up. What did your friends want to know from you about COVID? Then the question is still, why? Why do they want to know that? What needs do you think they're trying to address by asking for that advice? And lastly, the last section, this is not like a test, just note down. These are for your own consumption as he's trying to lead the discussion. So you can just make points under each of these questions. So the last section is, what did your friends expect public health officials, doctors, and scientists to do about COVID? I believe in our daily interactions, these questions came up. So whether you're a scientist or not, your friends were asking some of these things from you. And the question under that is why? Why were those their expectations? What needs do you think they thought public health or science should address about COVID? So from the responses you share with us to these questions, shall now be able to see, you'll be able to guide us how better to do risk communication. So that will be a training, it will be very interactive, but it will be more interactive if all of us are able to go through this and actually have something on paper. So Jocelyn and I are going to distribute the forms here. Those who are online, what you're going to do, you're going to type your emails in the chat. When I get back to my computer, I'm going to send each one of you the soft copy of this so that you can also have a bit of that and you participate in the discussion. So we are going to do that over the next 1 hour as we have lunch, refreshing up, and all that. Answering this will take about 5 to 10 minutes. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so that marks the end of our session for now, for this mid-morning. So we can break off for lunch. We shall be reconvening here at 2 to continue with Dr. Diafuka's presentation on capacity building. Then the next session after that is where we shall require these forms. Thank you very much. You can break off for now. Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see you're asking for the form. Let me repost it. I had posted the form earlier in your chat box for those who are online. In case you didn't see, as opposed to sending it by email. So let me reshare it online in case you missed it. Yes, I think you can now see that form. You can download it and fill it in and make a few notes in there for your own utilization. So you're going to be starting the next 30 minutes with a session. So I see you're saying it's not popping up. Can you guys see that document I've put in the chat? If you can see it, can you maybe show me a thumbs up? Fernand, are you able to see it? Can anyone see that document? What's the... Alternatively, I've sent a message with a hello there. Can you see that message, first of all? All right, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to share it as a link, as a Google Doc link, so that you guys can access it from there. Give me a few seconds. Yes, can you see the link I've just shared? Fernand, is the link visible to you? All right. So those of us who are online, we can use that link to access that document that will be utilized later on after the session on capacity building. So in the next 2 minutes, shall be starting off that session with Professor Diafuka. The next 2 minutes. All right. So the next session will be on approaches to developing capacity building strategies by Professor Diafuka. So Dr. Diafuka is a doctor of veterinary medicine. He obtained a degree from University de Lubumbashi. I'm trying to be French here, so forgive my French. University de Lubumbashi, DRC, and went on to do a master in agricultural economics from the University of Wyoming in the US, and later obtained a PhD in resource economics with a focus in health and environment from the University of Connecticut, still in the US. He has worked with DRC's Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock in their outreach program, and later also worked in DRC's Ministry of Planning as the head of Livestock and Rural Development and Environment Office. Later went on to join Columbia University as a research associate, and later joined Tufts University, where he has been working since 2010 as a research associate professor of global health. In there, he has been a technical advisor for Africa under the Emerging Pandemic Threats Initiative, and is currently working as a co-lead on surveillance, modeling, and mapping under the USAID Stop Spillover project. So he'll be taking us through what approaches can we adopt here as stakeholders to build the capacity back in our home countries. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Professor Diafuka.
Thank you very much, Ian. I will start by thanking the organizers for this opportunity to come to Entebbe and speak to this audience. I'm quite a regular in Uganda, and I've started coming to Uganda since 2004. At that time, I worked in Rwanda, and I had to come every 3 months. I had to renew my passport, so my visa. I had to come to spend some time in Uganda. I enjoy Kampala all the time, but Entebbe is my preferred town. It's a very nice place. And I also thank Dr. Irene for her presentation. She really paved the road for what I'm going to say. And we've been working together for the last, I would say, 10 decades with their organization. We've done quite a lot of things together across Africa. My computer doesn't seem to, it's freezing, I don't know why. What do we do? I can't move the screen is not moving. Yeah, there's a delay. Click where? Oh, it's okay. It takes there's a delay as a matter of. Okay, I'll use those. Okay, not that. Takes a little bit of time. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about is more my experience the last 10, 20 years working across Africa, developing capacity, mainly through USAID funded programs. I'll talk about my experience introducing a new innovating program in Rwanda, and I believe it was very interesting experience. And then I'll talk about my experience in the Global Health Initiative of USAID, the two major programs funded by USAID the last decade. And also, I'm going to elaborate a little bit on some considerations, things we need to pay attention to as we move forward developing capacities. I see two main challenges
in this process of building capacity. The first is introducing innovative technology involves resistance. So it's not easy to introduce new technology. You're always going to find gaps, resistance from people, and also that you need to attend to. If you don't, you will be going into trouble. But the second, also, we have just to realize that biological risk is not the easy business. As you understand that we've been investing globally, investing in preventing diseases, responding to diseases, outbreaks. But when COVID came, it looks like nobody was prepared. Even countries that were seemed well prepared had to struggle. So, which means it's not an easy business. And as we start this process, we have to keep that in those two things in mind. That we are bringing innovative approach. We will have difficulties, and also it's just not an easy business to prevent those catastrophic biological risks. So as I said before, my presentation will be built based on my own experience working in this field for the last, I would say, 12 years, even more, because I've worked maybe more than that. But also I believe if when we start fine-tuning our vision, what we want to achieve based on this vast field, it will be much easier to target our strategies at that time. Because at this point, we don't know exactly where we want to sit, we want to stand. And so as we move forward, we will know exactly what we want to do, and we will be able to address or come with strategies that will be more focused. But today I'll talk a little bit in general. So my first experience in introducing new programs, innovative program, was in 2004 when I was working for Columbia University. I was in charge of, I was tasked with in charge of operationalizing a health information system, which was innovative in the sense that we were moving from a paper-based to an electronic real-time system, which was at that time using the cell phone, the internet. That's about 18 years ago. It was not as we use it today. It was really at the beginning. Even the US, very few people had a cell phone at that time. So that was a big challenge to see how difficult it is when you introduce something new. So that program was funded by CDC PEPFAR, and it was based on the internet and the telephone system to gather information for HIV programs. So we had to collect information to know in a health facility how many patients were taking care, were being treated at that time. It was also at a time where PEPFAR was introducing the IRV, the treatment of HIV became available. So we had to know exactly how to manage care, HIV care, to know how many people were being treated, how many women, children, adults, and then also to manage inventory for drugs, the IRVs, the antiretroviral drugs, to know that how much they can manage their stock of drugs. And also another feature of that system was the capability of for a medical doctor to treat patients, to send samples to the lab, and to retrieve the information via his cell phone. So you can call a number, enter the code for the patient, and retrieve the information, which was cutting down the time to wait for the lab to send the result. And for instance, in Liberia, we have the same problem with Lassa fever. They have a treatment, ribavirin, but when you send samples to the lab, they have to send it to an official at the health district through his email, and those people sometimes don't have access to their email, and people die. The results comes to the patient after he has expired. So those things happen. So to cut down to that system, we had to make it electronic, which was very good. But we, as I said, we were replacing a paper-based system. So when I got to Rwanda, I was told that you want to use cell phone, it will be difficult because the people cannot use the cell phone here. And even the US, few people had cell phone. But I noticed that those who were using cell phone in Rwanda were using more features of that cell phone than those in the US. People were using cell phone to do as a calculator, which was not used in the US. People were using more the SMS because the airtime was more expensive. So instead of talking, they were more sending text messages, which was not the case in the US. People were using cell phone just to talk. So it was a kind of what I was told and what I saw on the ground was a little bit different. So, and many people at that time were telling me, computers, you can't use computers. These people, they don't have the knowledge of the internet, it won't work. But that was not really the case. That was a different, when we introduced that, it was successful. People were able to use those things. And even today, when they say kids, African kids can't use, will be a little bit behind the American kids, that's not true. When you give a kid a computer, after a week, he can play with that like American kids. So I think there is a way of adapting to those things. I had problem with the Belgian cooperation because when I was introducing this, it was the time where they just introduced and invest a lot of money in a paper-based health information system. So you see you come in when the other donor has put a lot of money in bringing in a paper-based system, and then you bring in a more electronic, which has to undercut their work. So it was easy. They were not very happy with me. As a matter of fact, they didn't allow us to use their computers. They bought computers. But for our program, we had to buy other computers because they didn't want us to mix our system with their system. So it was really, we were bringing in something really innovative, which was not easy for them. But these are the things we're going to face as we introduce new technology, synthetic biology. It may have to replace what is there, and then you have to make sure that you have to address those challenges. And also, when it comes to developing capacities, you need to pay attention to that. And that's part of the resistance and all those things, you have to pay attention to that. Another challenge was, at that time, limited coverage. Many places didn't have access to the internet or cell phone. So it was very limited. That was a challenge, and the connectivity was not very strong. So I recall where during the presentation of the system to the minister, we lost connection. So it was a shame. You want to hide under the table. But those were things at that time. But also on the positive side, there was ongoing government program to build capacity in terms of communication, and which was really helped us at that point. And there was really support from the government. And we did even the presentation of the program to the president himself. So which, thank God, I was not present that day, so it worked how I was told, it was good. But with the minister, it didn't work. So, so all those things, when you introduce a new program, you face those realities on the ground, and we should be prepared for that and address those situations when it comes to building capacity. Then capacity means in terms of human resources, but also in terms of infrastructure. So the things we're going to bring in, we need to understand what are the needs in terms of capacity, in terms of human or infrastructure. So that should be well understood. So what did we learn also is that you need to have a good understanding of the landscape. We have to understand who is on the ground. They have different interests. They have different planning. So you need to do a SWOT analysis to understand your strengths, your weaknesses, the threats and the opportunities you may have when you are entering that new field, so that it will help you smooth the entry level. We need to know that all countries, African countries, or even all countries are not at the same level. If you go to Liberia today, Sierra Leone, where we have programs today, they even don't have veterinarians. I think there is one Ugandan, I was told, who is a veterinarian in Liberia or Sierra Leone. Maybe one person or two people, very limited. So countries are at different levels. And I was talking yesterday that DRC was not able to make a diagnostic of Ebola until 4 years ago. So you see countries will be at different levels, and you have to know that. I mean, Bio Africa wants to be continental, so we need to understand that we will have those differences, those gaps will be maybe more in some countries compared to the others. So that's also when we start developing our strategy for capacity building, we have to pay attention to that. Having a strong government support is very helpful. as I noticed in Rwanda, when the government is supporting what you want to do, it will be it will be easier for you to overcome some gaps, difficulties. So we need to look at infrastructures and also human capacity. And there is a need for involve, I mean, the speaker this morning talked about it, the private sector needs to be involved. It's very, very important. At that time, the internet and the phone providers were engaged. They provided, as a matter of fact, the servers were located in one of their facilities, which gave us access to a better bandwidth. So collaboration with the private sector is very important, and we have to build those bridges with them. So after this experience introducing new technology, I will talk about my experience combating infectious disease threats I would say the last decade. In the last decades, I starting 2010, I worked with three different USAID programs. The first was the Emerging Pandemic Threat 1, which ran from 2009 to 2014. Emerging Pandemic Threat 2 for 2015-2020. And currently, we are with USAID Stop Spillover program. And these are major programs, thousands of millions of dollars program. I think Spillover was initially $100 million. So these are continental programs, runs on through a different continent and very big programs. And Africa One also is not a big program, but I've been involved a little bit with them since 2021. Emerging Pandemic Threats 1 was, the purpose of that program was to build capacity for countries to prevent, detect, and respond to infectious disease in Asia and in Africa. In Africa, we had an office in Kinshasa. We had an office here in Kampala. There was an office also in Bangkok. And that program had several components. There was an identified component. The way I'm explaining these things, because I believe as we think about in terms of introducing what we want to do in the GCBRI, we need to maybe learn from those big programs that have tried to do the same. So the components, that program has many components. We have identified, which was a funding from USAID through FAO and WHO to build capacity, lab capacity, essentially. There was another program component of that to prepare, which was about preparedness. A component on prevent, which was more about changing behavior. And we had predict. Predict was like actively looking for new viruses. And I was involved with respond, which was about developing capacity for countries to respond, to detect, prevent, detect, and respond to outbreaks. So through this program, we introduced the concept of One Health. That was basically, One Health is not a new concept, it's an old concept. If you look at 1978 with Alma-Ata Declaration, you will see already there the requirement of working across sectors to improve healthcare systems. So, but we formalized that in 2010. We introduced in many of these countries the concept of One Health, which also comes with the sister concept, which is the eco-health approach. The difference is that One Health is more about collaborating to achieve an optimal health, and eco-health is developing more awareness of the impact of environment on health. So those are the difference between the two concepts, basically. And through these programs, we also created platforms. And the first platform was created by in DRC. And I recall I wrote that decree, the minister signed myself with the legal advisor of the minister at that time. We wrote it in a couple hours and then got him to sign it. And that decree I still stand today. Our office in DRC also supported the creation of the platform in Cameroon, which I understand has more problems today what I hear from people. During the same program, we put together this network, the AfroOne, Dr. Irene talked about, and there is an equivalent in Southeast Asia, which is called Southeast Asia One Health University Network. So the reason I'm talking about the lesson was that there is a need for One Health collaboration, and many people, many speakers yesterday and today have been emphasizing this. We need that collaboration across sector if we want to put this in place. We need joint multidisciplinary training programs when we start thinking in terms of developing human capacity. We need to look across sectors. But we have to realize that the lack of structural adjustment is creating problems in terms of implementing the One Health concept or as approach. We can ask people to work together, but when it comes to the structures, it remains the same. It doesn't help. You have to you report to your boss, the other person reports to his boss, and there is no means for you to really exchange information. Sometimes very simple information, you cannot give it to your colleague. They will tell you, I have to get my director, the department to sign off before I give it to you. And those are the things that really doesn't facilitate collaboration, even if there is a willingness at the lower level sometimes to work together. So that structural adjustment is really a problem to apply what we want to achieve. We need to capitalize on what exists. These are the OWNs, like collaborating with AfroOWN, SIAOWN, AfroOWN for Africa, and also with the One Health platforms. Many have problems, but it will take time to get these structures to work, because for many, they were created, the funding to run them were not allocated properly. But also, as I said, we need to align ourselves with the breakdown USAID has put together. We need to have strategy, capacity building for early detection, effective preparedness, and also to anticipate the possibility of outbreaks. And we heard the possibility of using learning machines to start doing some predictive work, and also the capacity to respond to outbreaks. So we need, as we develop, we want to put together capacity, we need to think about breaking it down along those lines to be very specific. But that will depend as well on the vision that will be developed for this project. The second phase of EPT was more workforce focus, and Dr. Irene talked about it. And here I'm going to talk about specifically what we did in trying to introduce the concept of One Health, build capacity in terms of prevention, detection, and response to infectious diseases. And how through this program with GCBRI, how we can use the same mechanism, the same approach to strategies to introduce what we want to, as we want to build capacity. So the component of these programs were the One Health workforce. There was a PNR component, prevention and response, and also there was a second phase of predict. What we did was curriculum reviews and reforms. We need to take advantage of those. In many countries, like in Francophone countries, we have many Francophone here, people from Burundi, from Central Africa. Many of these African countries are undergoing what they call the LMD. They are kind of adjusting towards the Anglophone system, where you have undergrad, masters, and PhD. So through those reforms, we have to catch the wave and then see how we can introduce new skills, new concepts, because that's the best time to introduce those. When a country is reforming its system or they are revising the curriculums. I was involved in both the revision of a part of the LMD in DRC. I recall attending a meeting in Douala, Yaoundé, about Cameroon was going through the same process. I had a meeting with veterinarians in Douala, in Yaoundé. Yeah, so those are the opportunities we have to catch when we introduce new concepts like bioinformatics, new techniques, biosecurity, that's will be the best time to do that, because that's the flexibility you have. It's very difficult to introduce new material, new content in programs during the year, or even during it's usually cyclical. After 5 years, they do some revisions. So you need to be able to catch the process at the right time. So we were involved in veterinary medicine curriculum revision. I did that in Kenya. I was part of the DRC as well program, veterinary program. We did also for nursing and vet technicians. We added new concepts like biosecurity, biosafety, the One Health concept, and many others, participatory epidemiology. We added those topics in the program for the nurse and vet technicians. Under One Health Workforce, we also developed a lot of training modules, risk analysis, leadership, biosafety, biosecurity. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel, but maybe there are areas like bioinformatics for which we don't have training modules. And that would be areas where we can, and those are on AfroOne's website, I think, and we can do something similar. We also develop new master's degree programs. I know there was a master's degree program here in Makerere, and I taught economics in that program. It was a master of preventive veterinary medicine. I don't know, it ran only once, but I taught a course there in that program. I created myself 2 master's degree programs in DRC at the University of Lubumbashi on wildlife, one in veterinary medicine of wildlife, and the other one on wildlife epidemiology. So the 2 programs, even the students are graduating now in that program. So creating programs could be one way for us to introduce the concepts or the topics we want of interest to us in this program. We may be a master's degree in bioinformatics and biosecurity, those things we should think about it. And again, we have these programs, these review or reforms going on in the Francophone and other countries. We have to catch the wave and then to try to do that. We had demonstration sites. Those were also sites where we brought students from different disciplines, and they can work for a week in that environment where they get to know each other, and those things can be done as well. So collaboration could be, we had case competition. You have a competition where different schools come, they compete, they come to understand those, they like that environment. They like play, but they learn as well. We organize workshops at many universities. We develop training material, even for secondary level. Because some of these things we need to introduce them at that level. Like developing kids' interest in biology or that field, chemistry, biology. You'd have to get it from high school. So how do we bring it to the high school level? But to do that also, you need to know that you have to train faculty. And that's what's been the challenge when we introduce new topics in the nursing or vet technicians areas. You want them to teach leadership, but he doesn't know who's going to teach it. You want to teach biosecurity, biosafety, or participatory epidemiology. You need to train them as well. So I had to take some of these high school teachers into my programs I had with the Belgian cooperation to teach them, to bring them in so they can get, not for a degree, but just attend my courses, and then they learn, and then they can go and teach similar courses for their students. So those things are very, very important. Working with local government, that's also a very good thing to do. We realize that it's a section in the government that sometimes is not well connected when we do programs. We tend to work too much only with the central level, and we forget that layer. And also at that level, what you want to realize that even the head of the district may not be well connected with the health sector or the agriculture sector. He leaves it to the medical doctor, the head of the district to take care of that. Himself, he takes care of other business. And he's supposed to be the lead of everything happening in that the district. So we created a program, I led the program myself, building that leadership at the district level. We did 3 trainings here in Uganda. One was I attended myself, was in Fort Portal. And they did another 2 in other districts, I forgot the names. We did one in Cameroon, in Edea. And they've been doing that since in DRC. They continue to do that with the new programs, Workforce Next Generation. They've done it in 25 districts. It's a program they like. We have a new module that has been approved by even the Ministry of Interior, approved it. And they're going to be using that for even training civil servants. So that module was really well adopted. So local government is very important to work with. Another program, my current program is USAID Stop Spillover. Quite an interesting program that will run until 2025. We have three objectives. One is to develop capacity to monitor zoonotic disease risks. The second objective is to help countries design and validate zoonotic disease mitigation programs. And the third is to develop capacity to mitigate amplification and the spread of diseases during outbreaks. The program will be in 7 countries, among them 4 in Africa. Uganda is one of them, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Cote d'Ivoire. And in Asia, we have Vietnam, Bangladesh, and Cambodia. This project is focused on 5 viruses: Ebola, Nipah, highly pathogenic avian influenza, and the corona of animal origin. So those are the 5 pathogens we are working with. The key here, the methodology, the approach of this program is to co-design the activities. So we really involve stakeholders, the private sector, the community, the public sector. We have traditional and non-traditional. Those who are very often left out of when we develop programs, we try to involve them. And that, I believe, is something we need to adopt in this program as well as we move forward. Another program I would like to talk about is Africa One, Aspire, and Reach. These are 2 different programs. Aspire is ending, or supposed to end last year, and Reach is a new program, grant Africa One received, and I've been involved now for a year with this organization. They develop capacity through the provision of scholarship for undergraduates and graduate students. So they provide them with the scholarship, and then also they have to do some research, their thesis, for instance, in the area of interest, infectious disease, So that's another approach to build capacity, providing scholarships to students and guiding their thesis within a certain level. These are not the only main activities going on. As I said, we need to know the landscape. We have CDC running a lot of programs, very good programs. The FLTP was created about the last 10 years. We have SACIDs for the Southern community, African community. They run a good program similar to Africa One. So there are many of them. We need to do an inventory of these programs and see what they are doing, how we can collaborate with them, and look at their experience and do something similar thing. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Now, I would like to talk about 3 more elements that I believe is very important besides looking at what we have achieved the last decades. One is demand creation, and the second is technology adoption theory or principles, and the comparative advantage. I think these are the 3 things we need to consider as we move forward, trying to develop capacity. One is the demand creation. When introducing a new innovative technology, we need to look at also, because there will be resistance. So we need to look at the possibility of, we have to encourage those who have to receive the technology, not only bring to them, I'll bring to you a drone, okay, but what am I gonna do with the drone? It's like a toy. But beyond being a toy, you can do good stuff with that drone. So you need to make sure that you help the user to understand the value of that thing. Otherwise, you look at it as a toy. So it's very important to work on that side, to basically develop capacity for these people, the users or potential users, to adopt, to take the program. So that effort, that demand creation, it should be part of the efforts to develop capacity. Because technology adoption, we know there are a lot of papers written on this in agriculture and all over development, rural development. Not everybody adopts a new technology. We have different people, they adopt the technology in different stages. We can break those stages into 5 categories. One are the innovators. Those are the people when you bring a drone, automatically you say, oh yeah, this is a good thing. You adopt it, you will be playing with that, you will spend money on it. But there will be other people, the laggers, it will take them time for them to say, no, they will take it that this is a toy. I have no business with this. You know, I was told that, no, you're trying to Americanize the Rwandese healthcare system by bringing electronic transfer health information system. So those are the people, the hardcore. They will be the last to adopt your technology. We have the early adopters. They come next. The early majority. Progressively, some will be adopting. The group will be joining the process. There will be late majority also. Some will take a little bit of time to join. And then later, maybe never, you will see the last group, the laggers, they will join the process. So you need to address, to target these different groups differently. You cannot assume that one program fits all, because the mentality of the groups we are targeting will be different. So we need to address that, to understand it, that that's a natural phenomenon in terms of when you are introducing a new program. There will be these categories of people. So when you try to build capacity, you need to pay attention to that, so that you can the process will be smooth. Many companies have tried to adopt technologies, have lost money because of that. We have not paying attention, because you see now they try to introduce that, believing that everybody will adopt the process at the same time, but people don't want to adopt. They ignore the technology, and you lose money because you have invested in new things. The drones cost a lot of money. I assume you bring it and then nobody wants to use it. So those things has happened. Many companies have faced that. We have comparative advantage. As we have new technologies, we have to know that there are things we can produce, those others we can't. Other people have a comparative advantage producing some stuff. So it means you produce where you are good at. I'm good at producing these things, you do that. Other things, let's say if we have people producing drones in Europe and in America, maybe they have that comparative advantage. Let's buy it from them. Let's not try to struggle ourselves developing those things. So because they have a comparative advantage in producing that. We have comparative advantage on other things. So we need to understand it. And so this is what I wanted to share with you. I would have said Webalenyo in Uganda. So thank you very much. I'm prepared to get some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diafuka. Realize I keep calling him Professor, Doctor. All the titles are his. So any questions or comments to Professor regarding the approaches to capacity building? Or anything you feel you can implement when starting Monday, when you get back to your countries, Monday, something you can start with?
Yeah, Professor Diafuka, thank you for sharing your knowledge and the experience with the forum. My concern is about sustainability of the innovation that you have or your team has done to the region, and particularly even in Rwanda and the one in Congo. The innovation there is about certification. I understand if it is institutions, it's possible it can be sustained. People will be paying fee and sponsorship. But I'm concerned about the technology advance in Rwanda, particularly as an example of this discussion. After putting all this together, and you said Rwanda government was working with you, is there a prominence budget allocated by the treasurer there to sustain all the things that were done to them? Because I'm asking this, I've seen facilities being renovated and innovated back in my country, and after some years, what seemed to be the capacity of that facility no longer exists. Thank you. Back to you.
Yeah, and the thing in particularly in Rwanda is that, as I said, there was government behind. the program. And the program, even after we left, grew. When we started the program, it was only for HIV. Later on, they changed it. They brought the malaria and other diseases. So it has become really, we have moved from HIV to include basically all major diseases. All the healthcare information system is based now in Rwanda on that. So the source of money has been donors. They've received a lot of money from donors. I believe that's one source. But also, as I said, there was a commitment to build the infrastructure by the government, and that's helped the process. It's a sustainability. And that's one program I'm really always proud of, because that has been 18 years and is still going, has improved. They've even changed the software we put there. It has really moved forward. So, but we struggle in terms of introducing that. We fought the battles for people to accept that you should move from paper-based to electronic means. But it's still going. And I think it's one of the best in Africa.
Thank you very much. As we ask Professor Diafuka questions, let's ensure our forms have writings on them for the next session. Each one of you has a form with you. Ensure you have something on that form as we have this question and answer session.
Thank you very much, Professor, for a good talk. You talk about that we should not reinvent the wheel, but we can come and collaborate on maybe the subjects or topics that you don't have, for example, bioinformatics or artificial intelligence. Have you done something similar to that before? And how can we come and join?
Yeah, we had a very good collaboration. We're still doing that with the Red Cross. Particularly these programs on integrating some new topics in this curriculum of veterinarians and nursing. The Red Cross was doing that for nurses, and we were interested because we were working on reforming the healthcare, the veterinary system. So we worked well with them. They adopted that. We didn't. That was great because they had funding. At some point, even DRC funding were cut because of the political stuff. But they had funding, so they took over the old programs, and now DRC is getting again funding. So we are continuing. So that was an experience of collaboration that was great with the Red Cross, the Fédération Internationale de la Croix-Rouge, International Red Cross Federation. Yeah. So there are opportunities to do that. When people don't have selfish, they are interested in really the end game. That's possible. Because sometimes people pull because they follow interest, their own interest. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, this is George Peter here. Yeah, Professor, thanks a lot for sharing your experience. It's indeed rich and mind-blowing. I was impressed by the technology adoption theory. Now, my question is on the Africa One Aspire Reach scholarship. How can one apply for them, like the criteria? Is it only for specific countries or it cuts across? Thank you.
No, at the time we were working on that, the program was a bit delayed, and I'm not speaking on their behalf, just what I know. It was supposed to be all Africa. All Africans were able to apply. It was not restricted. And the schools where you can apply was any school in Africa. So if you get a scholarship, you can go to any recognized university. You can, that was the idea at that time. And I don't know when they're going to revive this program. There were some issues, I don't know. But we are still waiting to launch the program. So, but that was the idea. Yeah. So just keep checking on their website, Africa One, and then you see when it comes up, you know. Yeah. They have different tracks that were preset. And based on those tracks, the people will be able to apply. It's mostly Anglophone, but it's open to Francophone as well. And there are some mechanisms for that the Francophone to participate. Yeah, so it's open to everybody. But I don't have the detail of that at this point. You have to keep looking at the website when it comes back.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much. Just to continue on what you say on Africa One Aspire, it is open to everybody. Particularly from ILRE, we have many students from East Africa who are being part of it, and sometimes they post students in other research organizations. And we have also, I know many students from Makerere universities who are part of the program, even if they may be doing their research in any part of Africa. And the most important thing is that, as he mentioned, their research should be demand-led. So to address specific issues being faced by Uganda, for example, then you can apply. You can be part of their fellowship, even if you may be working in any other lab anywhere in Africa. Yeah. Now to come back to the presentation, thank you very much for the presentation, which is also giving us a good light and paving almost the discussion that we may be having on the development of this program. Because you mentioned a few things, pay attention to resistance, new technology. That is very important because we need to understand why some programs may have failed. And that's why it's also very important to start with the SWOT analysis. And I imagine SWOT analysis will also require us to be doing a kind of stock taking of technologies present on the ground. But you know, we have already been talking about adoption of technologies, and sometimes we are forgetting that we have also a lot of startups growing in Africa and in East Africa, North Africa, South Africa. It is really booming there. So how should we be able to leverage on this local innovation? Because I believe that for someone from a startup to grow in Uganda, they are focusing on Ugandan problems. We saw the case of Kenya, how Safaricom innovated on the M-Pesa, and now it is taking the whole world. So this is something that we need to also build on. And another aspect, demand-led proposition. That is something, when we are doing our SWOT analysis, we should be able to know what is needed on the ground and how do we address it in coordination with the local and governmental systems, etc. Of course, feeding into what other stakeholders on the ground are already doing. And coming down to the secondary school level, as you mentioned, is also something very, very important. When we build, or at least give little notions of what we are expecting to achieve, when the kids are still very young, we have more chance of success to succeed. Later on, when we have them at the pre-service or in-service activity. So we need to be close to them. I can take the example of what we are doing at the level of the Center for Tropical Livestock Genetic and Health. We created a program which is like, the document is called More Milk Zuri, where the program or the breeding terminologies are really cut down into simple terms. And with that, we just make these cartoons, you see? And we make documents that kids can enjoy reading while learning. You see, it's like playing, but learning what is going on. And this is the best way to really print the approach that we have in the mind of kids before they really start learning, even if it is for a degree, but they have it already there. So this is something that we need to do. And when we be doing that, we now use the competitive advantage. And from there, to be sure that we cover the gap, because you mentioned also that the countries are at different level. Now, how should we be able to come up with a kind of community of practice? We can have a regional community of practice, and this is what will even help us to say if there is a challenge in Burundi, in the Central African Republic, who from Kampala can quickly go there, solve the problem, or exchange with our partners there, and we have the issue fixed without too much procedures. Even if my visa, someone is not delivering me the visa, while waiting for the visa, at least the partners on the ground should be doing something so that we cover at least the gap. Now the question will be, we saw what the EPT1, EPT2, and the other programs have been doing Now we need to really understand the machine learning stuff was not there at that time. And this is where we need to dig deeper for this program. How can we use now the machine learning expertise in this program, either at the level of capacity building or whatever, to succeed what other programs have been slow to succeed?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. Yeah, like yesterday I told, I said that it's really brought me a solution to a problem I had, or I still have, because it's part of the stop spillover. Our strategy is to work at the interface. Interfaces are areas or processes where human, animals, wildlife, domestic, and the environment meet or interact. Now, at those locations, we have a dynamic that we need to capture to understand, and to understand how diseases are born, where they start, because through that dynamic, the context we have, in some locations, human and wild animal, they go to the same water point. And while they are there, they are defecating, they are sharing that same water, they are exchanging pathogens at that location. We need to understand the dynamics that may be influenced by markets very far from where our people are. For instance, the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Asian market for wildlife products could be the horn of a rhino, could be the skin of some animals, or the scales of some pangolin or something. They like them. These are the traditional disease medicine. So that demand in China is influencing people in Cameroon to kill pangolin. You see, so we need to understand that dynamics. We have to understand how much wildlife meat, bush meat, is being sold from DRC. DRC, tons of wildlife meat comes to Kenya, to Tanzania, maybe Uganda from DRC. Tons of wildlife meat, because in those countries they have restrictions. I told us their wildlife is for people to see, but the Congolese wildlife is to eat. So we have to understand those dynamics, so that information of the demand of that meat in other countries, how is it affecting the hunting processes in those countries? You have to understand, because that's fueling demand. Someone who was a hunter or maybe a fisherman, because now there is a demand in Kenya for wildlife meat, he will leave his job as a fisherman, he will be sent hunting. And the fact that he's now hunting more than he used to, so his interaction with wildlife becomes higher, which also increases the risk of contracting maybe Ebola. So you see, but the dynamics of that is being fueled by demand in a different market. So we have to start collecting that information and try to put them together. But how do you process thousands of data points unless you're using these machine learning systems? You can predict, you can develop models to understand better the system, and then we can conduct surveillance of those systems. We can do serology to find out what kind of pathogen is circulating in that value chain or those particular locations. And that information, it should be pulled together with economic, socioeconomic data, or even maybe traffic of wildlife or another product. You bring all that together and you see what you can read from that multitude of data points and draw information that can be useful in terms of predicting or in terms of just managing the risks. So that's how we can use machine learning to do that. Yes.
I think Dr. Robert's question will be the last, and we take on. Any other person who has a comment? Says Dr. Robert. Okay, so shall we take Dr. Robert and Dr. Kamau, and then we shall proceed to risk communication.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diafuka, for that powerful presentation. I worked with Dr. Diafuka for quite a very long time, so we share a lot of memories together. One thing, when I was implementing the One Health project, when I was in Rwanda, I developed a course which I termed Environmental Health and Epidemiology. You see, there's one thing creating a course, and then the way it is delivered, you know, because you have some objectives, you want a One Health approach, something like that. But then the people who are, you know, delivering the course are almost from the same discipline. So I realized that that was an issue. So I created that course and brought on board different disciplines to support the training. So I brought in social scientists, animal production people, nutritionists, vets, people from the medical side. And Dr. Diafuka was facilitating on environmental health economics. And he was not doing it on site, but we would connect from wherever he is. And were we using WebEx or something like that?
It was somewhere on this earth.
Yes, so he could deliver that. So in a situation where you have a program, but it's being delivered by the same, so there's nothing much you are changing from the, you know, because the product you want to produce at the end of the day may not really reflect what you intended to do. You want a multidisciplinary approach, but you are using only medical doctors to do your teachings. And so, Dr. Diafuka, is there a challenge? Why can't we have this kind of arrangement where we have medical doctors, veterinarians, and other, whatever, you know, facilitating a particular program? What is your experience in that area? Thank you.
We have done that quite well in bringing people together. But my experience has been when you look at two universities, University of Lubumbashi, my alma mater, because that's where I went to school, and University of Kinshasa, where I teach today. When you look at the medical school, you will see a very big difference the way the doctors from Kinshasa and those from Lubumbashi, the way they act. Kinshasa was the first medical school since the time of Lovanium, one of the first African university. So they've never had more interactions with veterinarians and other disciplines. But when you go to Lubumbashi, you will see a different mentality from medical doctors from there. Why? Because that school, the medical school, was created with support from the vet school. So many of their professors were professors from the vet school. Those who were teaching them all the basic physiology, so on and so forth, were from the vet school. So they have a different perception of veterinary medicine because their professors were from that school. And today, when you work with people from the University of Lubumbashi, it's much easier than when you work with doctors and professors that graduated from the University of Kinshasa. And I believe because of that, because that school was supported by the vet school, so that link, and many of the professors, they used to publish in the annals of the vet school. Now they are publishing elsewhere, but they used to do that. So they started there. They have more respect from veterinarians than those from Kinshasa. And also, yeah, so that's what I noticed. Also, when you look at what I was told in Kenya, there are Kenyans online here, I was told that there is a difference between the students from the medical school from Eldoret, the university, what's the name of it? I think university, I forgot the name. But from Eldoret, there is a university there. And those from University of Nairobi. Because in Eldoret, they have programs where they go to the field together with nurses, pharmacists, medical doctor, I think dentists. So when they go in there, they do their training, internships there, they go together. So when you do that, they learn, they get that appreciation of other disciplines. They don't look down on nurses, for instance. You know, you go to other programs, that's what they behave. They seem to look down on other disciplines, like we are on the top, and you guys are down. But that comes the way they train them. And I think my experience has been that based on the way you were trained, your mentality also will be different. So it's very important for us to bring them together. We have, I developed myself a programs on infectious disease, which is delivered to graduate students in India, in Congo, everywhere. It's done in Kinshasa, University of Kinshasa, nurses, and in Bukavu, in Graben, Butembo, in Lubumbashi. So it's supposed to become a national program. So we can bring students together to work together. They get to appreciate the other discipline. Yeah. So, and who teaches in that program? We have medical doctors, veterinarians, ecologists, nurses as teachers, and we bring in all those disciplines as well. And during that week, they tend to respect each other. Because they realize during that training that when you talk about rabies, the veterinarians know about rabies better than medical doctors. When you talk about other things, those from a medical doctor, they know better because they are better prepared. But they realize the value of other people in that program. And that's very important. So it's possible to create that collaboration. But the mentality has to change, of course.
Thanks, Prof. I think Robert here did ask, comment what I wanted to ask, because the mode of delivery really matters because of the examples you give, how you explain. And I think that one has come quite well. I did teach at the University of Nairobi. And as you mentioned, Moi University, which is in Eldoret, we had a curriculum review at the University of Nairobi, but was not adopted or implemented. But Moi University did implement that one. And the doctors or the graduates from that place are completely different from the University of Nairobi in the way they perceive things, especially when it comes to infectious diseases and zoonotics. That's agreeable. And I think from your presentation, I think we have most of the programs from other, like in the Predict and others. Even FAO has a similar close biosafety, biosecurity. What we need maybe is to integrate and maybe see from the lesson learned from exactly what happened in the pandemic and try to integrate some of the topics or small course lines that will be able to bring now what we're trying to address at the global level. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think I agree with you.
Ambassador to Africa. Did you introduce yourself, Alex?
Okay, so my name is Dr. Alex Chavarongo. I'm a fresh graduate of veterinary medicine from Makerere University. I'm also the regional ambassador program head for International Genetically Engineered Machine. It's a competition from USA dealing with synthetic biology. I'm a member of Simba Africa, and I'm a Jugol ambassador to Africa. And I'm so passionate about biosafety, biosecurity, public health. So I wanted to comment about the issue the two doctors are bringing up about One Health and how we can collaborate from the veterinary side and all the other disciplines. I happen to have participated a lot in International Students One Health Alliance. This is a students' initiative of bringing together all the disciplines to work together from the students' level. We've been supported by AfroHorn and even previously by OSHA, and it's a multi-sectoral collaboration. So for those who are going back home who happen to have a chance to teach, like you, Dr. Diafuka, and all the others, professors who are here, they should share that message that they should encourage their students to enroll and be part of the One Health movement as students when they're still undergrad and even postgrad. because that multi-sectoral collaboration gives us an opportunity of leading tomorrow. And it changes the mentality of when we reach at the level you're at, when we have the capacity to influence. So that means that if I'm a veterinary doctor and I teach at a public health institution, I know I can easily collaborate with the medical school, with the veterinary school, and all the other disciplines, including public health, environmental health, social science, law, and all the other disciplines. Thank you so much for your presentation.
And what I would say, maybe share an anecdote. When we started with OSHEA, one day we were supposed to, it was the third summit, OSHEA summit, it was in Kinshasa. And we used that opportunity, we want to use it to give books from Tufts. We brought used both books. And with my boss at that time, we wanted to give it to the vet school because it was a new school. But we wanted to do the ceremony at the public health school. The dean of that school refused that the vet students to enter the premise. That was the third summit of OSHEA. But today, they share even projectors, they share some equipment. So we've come a long way.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Diafuka. We can give him once again a round of applause. As I mentioned yesterday, at the end of this workshop, we shall expect you to share with us things you'd like to commit to when you get back to your countries. So that later on, as we go on with this initiative, we get to see whether we are doing work or we are wasting time. So as these facilitators share some of the strategies, as our fellow participants contribute and make comments, let's be able to note down things we think we can start with. Where we may need collaborations, you can always reach out to any of the guys here or the facilitators or to us, and we shall be able to assist accordingly. So the next session is the last session of the day, and I hope you've all put something down on your forms, because the facilitator will be picking on anyone to share your opinion. So I hope you have had enough time to recollect your experience from COVID-19. So the next session is on risk communication. I believe that no matter how good our response measures are, if the public or the other stakeholders misunderstand us, the chances of achieving desired results are very minimal. And that's why proper risk communication is always important. So we are going to be facilitated by a gentleman by the names of Mr. Tim Trevan. Tim Trevan is a founder of Cropp Biosafety and Biosecurity Consulting. He focuses on management aspects of designing and implementing a culture of safety in organizations whose work involves biological risks. He is also an expert on assessing biological risks arising from nature, accidents, and deliberate misuse of biology, and designing risk management plans to avoid and mitigate these risks. In addition, he scans new technologies, such as synthetic biology, to ascertain if they engender new risks, and if so, how these are best regulated and managed. To this end, he has been centrally involved in policy discussions on dual-use research of concern and gain-of-function experiments. Tim was previously Executive Director of the International Council for the Life Sciences. Earlier, he was the political advisor to the UN Special Commission for Iraq. Before that, he was a British diplomat serving in Yemen and at the Conference on Disarmament, and at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office dealing with weapons of mass destruction, and later with the rules of war, refugees, and human rights issues. Tim has been an invited speaker on biosafety and biosecurity issues at many conferences in every continent save Antarctica. He has commented extensively on television and radio and in print media on these issues. He has written commentary for Nature and Sunday Times, The Guardian and The Sun in Britain, and the Los Angeles Times. His book, Saddam's Secrets, The book is titled Saddam's Secrets, The Hunt for Iraq's Hidden Weapons. So probably after facilitating us, Tim will tell us what Saddam's secrets were briefly. His book, Saddam's Secrets, about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction programs, was published by HarperCollins in 1999. He has also provided chapters for several books. Tim graduated in cellular pathology from Bristol University, where his thesis was on chemical carcinogenesis, and obtained his MBA from INSEAD. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Tim Trevan to take us through the next session.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome. Hope everyone can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can.
Just before I go into risk communication and the questions I circulated in the paper beforehand, I just wanted to pick up on something that the professor was talking about earlier. I have great interest in these later years in how I can communicate more effectively, and particularly in workshops like this one. And I've been studying what makes for the very best of educational courses, and particularly for adults who are already professionals. And one of the things that comes up is there's a difference between training people to be good at passing tests or performing well in whatever academic grading process is, versus training people to have a lifelong passion in the subject. And it was fascinating to hear the discussion with the previous speaker about bringing in multiple disciplines into training, because this is one of the findings of what are called the super courses. The courses that really engender a lifelong passion in learning are those that pose difficult questions, like One Health, in the context of a bigger social problem. So rather than just thinking about a disease in terms of the disease, what we know about the pathogen, what we know about the human body's response to it, and what we know about the pharmacology relating to it, think about the bigger social context of what that disease creates, and then study that issue in the bigger social context, not just with doctors, not just with pharmacists or biochemists, but with those people who have an interest that go beyond the science into the social impact of that issue. People like sociologists, like politicians, like economists, and have people from multiple different disciplines study the issue in its real life context, rather than as an academic exercise focusing on just the one issue. And when you train people in that way, where you train people to jointly address really difficult questions, but from a societal perspective, then that's when you're most likely to create people who have that passion for life. So thanks very much to the previous speaker for bringing that wisdom to the workshop. And I fully appreciate being able to listen to his pearls of wisdom. Now, let's move on to our part of the workshop. Did everyone have a chance to look at the 5 questions, I guess 10 questions, 5 sets of 2 questions, and think about your answers to them? Did everyone have a chance?
Yes.
Good. So I like to run what are called inverted classrooms. I don't like to teach. I like to draw out questions from the participants and have you learn from your own responses, learn from each other. I'm a firm believer that pretty much wherever I go, the room collectively knows more about the subject than I do. So my role is to help you understand how much you learn and to learn from each other. So what I need is for your active participation, and I need someone to let me just share my slides. So can everyone see my slide now?
Yes, we can.
So who would like to be brave and to go first and to answer this question? How did you feel when you first heard about COVID, particularly once you first realized that this was going to be a pandemic?
Okay, so, my name is Alex. And what I put down here is that I felt really terrified. But I was like, what the hell is going on? I was also a bit curious as a scientist to know much about this virus ravaging the world, especially about the R naught of the virus.
So thank you, Alex, for going first. So you terrified but curious about the virus.
Those who are online, in case you want to make a comment, raise your hand and shall give you a chance to speak.
And apologies for the dog barking in the background. I'm doing this from home, and one of the dogs is in the room with me. So someone else want to, thanks Alex for being brave to go first. Someone else want to answer this first question? We have one hand up here online.
The hand online, you can unmute and speak.
Yes, hello everyone. I think my response was that I did not really feel scared because I have been dealing with TB, tuberculosis. So, but I was rather curious about its mode of transmission and the prevention measures.
Sorry, curious about the mode of transmission and what was
prevention measures or preventive measures. Sure, preventive measures.
Thank you very much for that. We have someone else online with a hand up. Please unmute yourself and speak.
Oh, yes, Michael Oker. When I first heard about the pandemic, I was very excited about the opportunity it will bring to the biomedical world and the channel that the transformation it was going to create. I wanted to see how the world was going to cope about it, especially in terms of lockdowns. But even then, it also revolutionized genomic medicine, both internationally and locally here. And that has set pace for also more transforming and groundbreaking research for other infections.
Thank you very much for that, Michael. Anyone else have any thoughts on this particular question?
We have about 3 hands in person, so they'll give in their submissions and we get back online.
Thank you.
Yes, please, go ahead.
This is David Musunga. Mine was just curiosity, and I didn't think it was going to be a big deal. I thought it was going to follow the same path like bird flu, which started in that part of the world and ended there. So I didn't expect it to cross over to Africa. And I thought it would not be a big deal for Africa. It was just another flu, and that is it.
That was Dr. Musunga.
Yeah, this is Christian. And I remember when I had the first news, I was traveling to Scotland in November 2019. and there was already some news from China. So I was sent out from my house to go and buy the mask. And that time the mask was not so common. So you know the hard mask with the long strip to tie somewhere and the plastic sheet. So I went to buy it, but I didn't even know how to wear it. And no one in the plane was wearing it. So it was funny because I was having something that could protect me, but I couldn't wear it because nobody was wearing it also. But I was very scared because what we called here the infodemic, because some videos were showing people in China falling on the street and dying. I said, but what is that? So it was terrible, but really we were terrified, but we never knew how to handle the situation at the time.
We have one more hand here. Oh, sorry.
Please go ahead.
Hello, doctor. This is Suha. Firstly, I'm feeling confused because I know why it has become a pandemic. Because in 17th century in Sudan, for instance, a MERS version of the virus appeared and it's affecting just camel and nothing worried about. So first now I think it's just a Chinese disease because they eat weird things or something like this. I don't expect it will be a pandemic at all. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. So thanks for those. Unless we have someone who's got a burning desire to add to that, let's move to the second question of this first set. For those who felt terrified, what aspect of COVID made you feel terrified? Why was the prospect of COVID so terrifying?
Well, Alex was terrified. Alex, let Alex explain.
Yeah, it was about the rapid spread. That was really terrific.
Dr. Christian, you're also terrified?
Yeah. So it was also the rapid spread and the sudden death shown by the media.
The videos of people falling. We have one more hand here.
Killing people so much. Ernest Langoya for Central African Republic.
Right. So the fact so many people were dying, the high morbidity and mortality rates. What else about it was scary?
One thing, the disease was new, and then there was lack of knowledge, and is projected to cover the whole world, and is from China. So particularly, I didn't know, was this a terrorist attack in form of disease, or was it genetically modified? So it was just confusing. There were no detail, and governments all over the world took over responsibility. And yeah.
Thank you for those responses. Now, we've mentioned it's already a new disease with a rapid spreading and high mortality and morbidity. We've had flus before which have had high rapid rate of spread, and I guess they're known diseases and that they're flus, but they're new diseases. But what about this particular one made the rapid spread and the high morbidity and mortality rates so scary?
Anyone with an answer here? Did you hear the question? We've had, maybe Tim, you can repeat the question for the participants.
So we've said that some of the things making it terrifying were the rapid spread and the high morbidity and mortality rates and the fact it's a new disease. But what is underlying all of those that makes it so scary? We said the lack of knowledge. What lack makes the high morbidity and mortality and the rapid spread so scary?
We have a response here.
Yes, please.
Yeah, perhaps the weak health systems in the countries we were, especially Africa, because this happened in Europe and people were dying. So we are scared that if it comes here, of course, it will be terrible.
Yep, that's a very good one. But there was people terrified in Europe as well with the stronger health system. So what fundamental thing made this so we've got two hands up online. I think Michael is one of them. Michael, if you'd like to go ahead.
Oh yeah, thank you. The lack was in terms of the sophisticated infrastructure that is required, first of all, to diagnose COVID-19 and trying to decentralize this infrastructure in different settings so that they are nearer to people. That was a lack both in Europe and also here. And then the other thing, it's lack of the treatment, the drugs. Even the existing drugs were not providing curative measures, though they would help with alleviating some of the symptoms. But even most importantly was how to protect the body against the disease. So there was lack of the vaccine, and people needed this vaccine so that they could resume to work because the pandemic had really stifled economic progress. Thank you.
We have a hand offline.
Yes, if we've also got, sorry, I can't see the name online. There's another hand up online, and then we'll come to the offline.
It's me. But I think it is mainly the strain of that virus. What is the strain? And I mean, so that people maybe people don't know more about the genomic features of the strain. So they want to know what is the strain of this virus. Is it deadly? So that it could be. I mean, they can reduce their fear. I think that's was the most scary things there.
Thank you very much for that, Newton. And we had one hand up offline. Was that right, Ian?
Yes, Tim. This is Mohammed. I think one of the online has mentioned some of it. One of the causes of this terrify was the lack of a specific treatment or drugs. Also, there was no procedures for intervening this new disease. So people were all talking about how would be the solution for this. As we know, for virus diseases, the only solution would be vaccines, and we knew that even vaccines to develop were taking like 10 years. So all people were talking about if even the intervention would be a vaccine, how long it would take and how much would be the death and the severity of the disease. So that was also one of the causes of this people to terrify.
Thanks everyone for that very good discussion. I see that Newton still has his hand up. Do you have another point, or did you forget to take your hand down?
There's another point offline. I think it will be the last one on this.
It was the same, me talking of lack of knowledge and being natural with vulnerability. One of the things I thought we left out, which I want to make, is a lack of trust, from the authorities to the people getting sick. So the way information came, I think most authorities concerned did not build the trust between people and the one concerned on how to address the pandemic crisis.
So that's certainly a big one, and thanks very much for bringing that one up. We'll come back to that in a moment. So thanks everyone for that discussion. Let's move on to the next question. And I think we've sort of addressed some of these in addressing the fears. What was it you wanted to know about COVID?
This is David.
Please go ahead, David.
Yeah, when the disease came, at least we were watching it on the media. Question was, how did it start? Where did it come from? Is it really from the animals as it was said? It looked really unreal because usually we first have the disease outbreak in animals, then possibly then it goes to humans like we had in the bird flu. But this one, they say it is coming from an animal, but we did not hear about an outbreak in animals. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
There's another hand here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. It's Esther from Tanzania. So one of the things that I wanted to know about COVID was the virus itself, that is genetic makeup, mode of transmission, pathogenicity, treatment, prevention, and control measures.
We have two hands here.
Sorry, can I just check with Esther that I got everything? You wanted to know about the virus itself, its genomics and physical makeup, its mode of transmission, and what was the other points you made, Esther?
Pathogenicity, treatment, prevention, and control measures.
Thank you very much, Esther.
It's Emebo from Burundi. So the first time I had the COVID outbreak, so what I wanted to know first of all was about the sign and the symptoms. I also wanted to know how the sample is collected for labs.
So he wanted to know the signs and symptoms and how the sample is collected.
And do I take from that what you're getting at is the differential diagnosis?
Can you please come again?
Yes. Do I understand from that that what you were looking for was a definition of a differential diagnosis, a process for making that differential diagnosis that it was in fact COVID?
I said the sign and symptoms, even the sample, the way the sample were supposed to be collected.
Right.
Because most of the disease, they collected the blood. So for this pandemic, for the outbreak, I wanted to know if really the sample was blood or other things like the way it is.
Right. Right. Thank you very much for that.
We have one here.
So this is Joseph. For me, I wanted to know why certain individuals were susceptible and others were did not show any symptoms or kind of don't know whether to say maybe resistant or tolerant to the disease.
Thank you.
We have one more hand here.
And we have 3 online for after this one. We'll go to those online.
All right.
What I wanted to know is the mechanism by which the virus enters the cell and why it is choose, for example, an ACE receptor, and what exactly is the signaling pathway that being interrupted by the virus. and also its relation to the immune system and how can it escape it. Okay, thanks.
So online we have Andrew, please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Andrew from Tanzania. When COVID came, I want to know the range of hosts. You know, for example, in Tanzania, some samples from papaya that have been submitted in the National Health Laboratory and have been diagnosed positive for the COVID. So I wanted to know what the range of the hosts of these COVID viruses. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Michael, and then Nutin after that. Michael up next.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to know what technologies the scientists would be employing, especially on discovering that it was indeed COVID-19 virus that was causing the viral pneumonia. And from there to go ahead and understand the host immune responses to the virus, and even also to map out other comorbidities for which they would go ahead to inform the population about the different risks of the virus. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Michael.
Yes, I just want to be specific on the mode of transmission. So, what was it you wanted to know about? I wanted to know whether if I buy this food in the supermarket, should I be contaminated by the virus? So that was, yeah, I was curious about that one. Mode of transmission.
Yep, I think that's something.
Or maybe touching items like food.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, and I noticed that during I was in Nigeria during the Ebola outbreak there, and that was one of the common questions: is can we get Ebola from eating fruit or picking fruit? Can we get it from our pets? Can we get it from touching people in taxis and things like that? So mode of transmission, definitely. Let's move on to the next question. We've got lots of material here, and I'm quite aware we're running a little bit late, so I don't want to hold you back too much past the official end time of the session. Sorry, I've jumped a question here. So yes, for all those things that you wanted to know, what did you think they would, how do you think they would have helped you, having that information about modes of transmission, pathogenicity, and so forth? What was it you were looking for? I think you probably answered it somewhat in the previous session, but just what was it you were looking for? Andrew, please go ahead.
Yes, for example, if you know the range of hosts, for example, it will be easy to avoid maybe some plants or fruits to take in, so as we avoid the contamination of that viruses. But also for the mode of transmission, you'll be able to know what kind of prevention you can use. For example, hand washing, wearing masks, and so forth. Thank you.
So knowing the mode of transmission helps with infection prevention and control. Knowing the range of hosts helps more with environmental controls. And I think from our previous discussion with Esther and several others of you, knowing all these details about the virus helps you think about how you would go about designing helps with design of vaccines and treatments. Is that right? Esther, if I could ask you to answer, does that go to the heart of why you wanted all that detailed knowledge about the virus?
It's me. I think I should contribute, yeah? Whatever is mentioned is correct, and knowing the virus and the details of its transmission will help a facility or a nation or a region how to plan the operations in terms of setting up infrastructure, the emergency operating centers, mobilizing the correct human resources for action, and then direct the appropriate resources into intervention, so mostly responding to the pandemic.
Yep. I think that pretty much covers it. Do we have someone else who wants to add to this?
Yes, that information would help me in knowing the percentage I had to stay alive, percentage survive.
Yes, yeah, there's always that personal interest.
We have another here.
Thank you. This is Daniel. Knowing the signs and the symptoms would really inform on when one should have a test done, and having the test done at the earliest opportunity would actually curb the spread when one is put maybe in isolation or something of the sort. Thank you.
So all excellent points there. Let's move to the next question. What were the first things your family asked you? And I'm assuming here that I'd like you to focus more on your family who are not scientists and not physicians. So for your family who are not scientists and not physicians, what did they ask you about as a scientist or as a physician? What were the things they wanted to know? Andrew, please go ahead.
Firstly,
yes,
this is
Hello?
Hello, Andrew, please go ahead.
Yes, the first thing I've been asked from my family is, why is it called COVID-19? Where is 19 coming from?
Thank you. So that's a good one. Thank you very much for that. Newton, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yeah, yes, it's correct. They were asking why did they close my shop?
Why did they what? Sorry.
Why did they close my shop, like shop or businesses?
Lockdown. We have a submission offline.
Please go ahead.
the first thing they asked me, it is real. They think it's not a natural virus or natural source. They think it's just an economical or governmental wars. So this is the first thing going to their minds.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
We have one more here.
Please go ahead.
The question was, can this virus really kill us like it is happening where we see it is happening? Is it fatal when it comes to Uganda?
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear that.
they were asking whether, if at all this virus came to the country, that is Uganda, it would cause death like it is doing where it is started from.
We have one last one here offline.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, they asked me whether there was cure for it.
Yeah. And let's move to the next question then is, what needs do you think they were trying to address by asking those questions? Let's start with the last gentleman who said they were asking about a cure for it. What need do you think was being addressed there?
Yeah, perhaps they needed to have one, preventive measures, but again, if they are sick or tested positive, to know that they can still survive.
So they're looking for reassurance that there will be a way to prevent getting it, and if they actually get it, they would be able to be treated. Could we go back to the person who mentioned the relatives asking the question, why was their shop being closed down? What do you think the need was behind that question?
Yes, the need was more, it was a financial need or economical need that time, but also they were also thinking about health needs. So how their business can keep running instead of being closed.
Right. Andrew has his hand up. Please go ahead, Andrew.
Yes, maybe they wanted to know because some of the diseases, they give their names according to where they have been found first. For example, chikungunya is found in the place where it's called chikungunya. So the intention is to know whether 19 is a place or 19 is the number or number of the viruses, something like that.
Yeah. Let's go back to those answers we had in the previous session. Is there a cure? Will it have the same effect? I think basically what we've covered the underlying needs there. Was there anyone interested in how they could go about? We had the question, why is my business closing? Did anyone get asked the question, how can I go about my normal life and protect myself? Were people asking about general protection as well? Suzanne, please go ahead. Suzanne, if you want to unmute yourself and ask a question. Maybe not. Okay, I'm going to skip the fourth question and go straight to the fifth question. What did your friends expect public health officials, doctors and scientists to do about COVID?
You have a hand offline?
Yes, please go ahead.
It's Esther from Tanzania. So
thank you, Esther.
Friends expected public experts to ensure the stop spread of the disease and to treat the sick.
Thank you very much for that. Any other Any other contributions to this question? Newton, please go ahead.
Yeah, they wanted more sanitizer, face mask, and cure as well.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to spit, I think from those questions, we've got pretty much everything we need now to start considering what we need for a risk communication strategy when we have a new major outbreak like we had with COVID. So let's start thinking about it. The very first consideration we have is we need to get out front with our messaging and stay out front. We need to fill that communication space. If you wait too long, someone else to start communicating to the public about a new outbreak, someone else will take the stage and will start providing answers. We definitely saw that in relation to Ebola. You had people jumping in when government spokesmen and public health spokespeople were not speaking up. You'd have people, charlatans coming forward with their own version of what was happening with Ebola and what should be done about it. The reason for this is that when no one speaks to us about what's going on, we face the unknown and our worst fears come to the fore. And we as humans hate uncertainty. We hate the unknown. We have this need to feel certain about things, so we will search for answers. And if public health officials are not giving answers yet, we will go and look for the answers elsewhere. And that makes us, as a public, makes us vulnerable to charlatans presenting false news, disinformation, and exploiting us and our fears. So the first role of public health has to be to get out front of the situation and stay out front. And to do this, we have to establish ourselves as the source of information. As someone mentioned, trust is the absolute key if we're going to get, if we want to get the public comply with our public health suggestions and recommendations. And to maintain that trust, we have to always tell the truth. We have to show that we're competent. We have to manage expectations. If we overpromise and then fail to deliver, we will diminish our trust going forward, and it'll be very, very hard to recover that trust. We need to explain simply so that people understand, but we can't oversimplify. We can't, we've got to make it clear to the public that we don't know everything about a complex situation, that it is a complex situation. And so we're making recommendations on best available information at this point of time. And so we've got to recognize that there are certain things and admit that there are certain things we don't know about a new outbreak, that we don't know yet, that we're making decisions on best current available information, but we may have to change those recommendations as new information becomes available. And admit our mistakes when they happen, but explain why those mistakes were made, or why what the decision that was made earlier was the best available decision at that time, given the information available. And then we need to update our public regularly so that we keep filling that information, that communication space, so we don't allow space for others to come in and spread disinformation. And the reason I asked you so many questions about how you felt about things is that human beings are very bad at assessing risk, particularly about non-natural situations. And there are 13 well-recognized fear factors as to why people will either overestimate or underestimate risk. First is, do they trust the people that they're talking to? If we trust people, we tend to underestimate risks. If we don't trust them, we tend to overestimate the risks. Who gets the risk and who gets the benefit? If the risk is all borne by the public and the benefit all goes to a private corporation, then we tend to assess the risk higher than if benefits are properly spread and fairly spread. Do we have control over the situation? We tend to underestimate things we can control, like driving or smoking, versus things we can't control, like earthquakes or terrorism. Do we have a choice in the matter? Again, coming back to smoking, we underestimate the risk of smoking because we choose to do it. Whereas things we have no choice about, we tend to overestimate risk. Is it natural or man-made? And that goes to the question of where did this virus come from? Was it man-made? Was it a weapon? Or was it something natural from animals? In which case we're more willing to accept the risks. How much pain and suffering is involved? Those images of people falling dead in the streets in China, that increases the fear factor and the perceived risk. Uncertainty, our lack of knowledge about the virus and the disease and how it spreads and the epidemiology, all of those heightened the fear. Is it catastrophic or chronic? Again, the high morbidity and mortality of rates of COVID made us fear it very much. Can it happen to me? Well, that goes to the question, will it have the same impact in Uganda? Why are some groups more vulnerable than others? But both of which are questions that came up in our discussion. Is it new or is it familiar? Well, COVID viruses have been around, coronaviruses have been around for a long time. But the recent ones of SARS and MERS and now COVID, it's a new level of mortality and morbidity. And so this was basically a new risk. It wasn't like just another flu. So again, the fear factor was high. Were children affected? In this case, less so. It was much more the elderly that were badly affected. Personal anecdote. People fear what you can tell in the story more than just statistics. So if you knew someone who'd been sick and died of COVID, you're going to fear it more than someone who's doesn't know anyone who's suffered from the disease. And fairness. Fairness doesn't really apply in natural outbreaks, but if something like the adverse effects of pesticide, where again the profits accrue to a company, but the risk borne by the public, then we fear those factors higher. And the second thing is, what do the public need to know? Typically what the public needs to know, and this goes to a lot of what Esther talked about, is how to protect and prevent yourself and family members from catching the disease. And for that, we need to know the modes of transmission, what hygiene strategies to adopt, what are the infection prevention and control measures like PPE or social distancing, do we need to adopt hand washing? How do we diagnose? What are the symptoms? What are the differential diagnoses? What type of samples do we take? When do we take them? What type of real-time PCR or antigen tests? At what stage during an infection is each one of those the most effective? What to do if a member of the family gets ill? Who to call? What to do until help arrives, and how to decontaminate the house or business or whatever. These are things that typically the public want to understand. And so the purpose of our message, once we've created, is to address those, both the fears and the needs. What is the threat? What is known about it? What is not known about it? What are we as public health officials doing about what is not known? And when do we think we're going to be able to deliver on providing that information about the unknown? What is being done right now to mitigate the threat, and why are we doing those things? Again, explaining why helps people trust you and to believe what you're saying and to accept that there are going to be delays because they understand why. What can the public do to protect themselves in the meantime? This is very important because it gives people that sense of agency. If we go back to those fear factors, control, if you have a sense of control, your fear is reduced. So by giving people a sense of control over their likelihood of getting infected by telling them how they can protect themselves in the meantime. That helps to diminish the fear and give them that sense of control. And then give them points of contact, who to call. So again, that you're maintaining your role as the source of information rather than opening up the space for other people to come in and give false information. How do we craft the message? Well, first go and talk to experts, ask those questions that you had about the disease and what you wanted to know. Also ask real people, what is it they want to know? What are their fears? What do they already know? What is it they don't know? What do they misknow? What have they got wrong about it? And what would they want to know about the issue? Fear, what people fear is always a powerful question to ask, because that, once you understand what they fear, then you can dig down deeper and understand what's generating that fear and hence what the real need is. And then once you've done that, once you talk to both the experts and sample members of the public or your families, then combine that knowledge from both of those sources to craft the message and create messages that enable the public to make their own healthier choices, to decide how frequently they'll go out to the supermarket or to the store, or whether they're going to go to work or try and work from home. Again, what we're trying to do is to motivate people to do the right thing through their own choices, rather than just to dictate to them. There's a thing in psychology that where if you just dictate to someone, you create a resistance to the message that you're sending, because people don't like being told what to do. They like being given a choice of what to do. And so that's how our message should be crafted, is to give them the information to make better choices. This gives them that sense of agency, that sense of control, and it builds upon self-motivation to do the right thing. Self-motivation is driven by three main things. AMP, I call it, autonomy, that is, we get to make the choices. Mastery, that we have the knowledge and skills to do something about it and to improve our situation, which is why we're giving them the information about how to protect themselves. And then sense of purpose, why them doing the right thing helps protect the overall public by reducing the rate of spread, why them individually protecting themselves and following good hygiene protects their near and dear ones, their close family, their loved ones. So by giving them the sense of choice, the knowledge to actually make good decisions and be the master of their situation, and explaining to them the why, the purpose, how their particular role benefits their family, their dear ones, their loved ones, their friends, and their community, then if we create messages like that, we are more likely to self-motivate people to do the right thing. Messaging isn't just about facts, though. There's this thing called cultural cognition, which is based upon the fact that it's our beliefs that drive action, not facts. We all have a story we tell ourselves about how the world works. And that is a belief system. And it's the emotions that our beliefs generate which drive actions. So cultural cognition is this phenomenon whereby, because we all have that story of how we believe the world works, we tend to take advice from people who think about how the world works the same way as us. And this is how we get rejection of facts, is if someone basically challenges someone's worldview, their beliefs about how the world works, they will not just reject the facts which challenge their beliefs. They'll reject the person who's delivering the message, and quite often people don't bother to do their own personal analysis of a risk and a policy or whatever, but rather they'll look to someone whom they believe shares that same worldview and see how they're thinking, how they're acting. And so this is, you see this very much in the United States with those people who very much follow former President Trump, have become very much the anti-vaxxers, because he expressed a great deal of doubt about the vaccine and about various other measures that were being proposed by the CDC. So because those people view the world the same way as Donald Trump is, they don't bother to look at the facts about vaccination. They just accept his view on vaccination and accept it without further question, and then reject facts which will challenge that belief. So you have to be aware of that, which really does mean that we have to consider very much when we're delivering the message, how we're going to deliver the message. We want to get everyone involved, everyone with different belief systems involved as early as possible. So if you have Muslims and Christians, Protestants and Catholics, or Jews or Buddhists or Hindus or Taoists, if you have multiple different beliefs, religious beliefs in your country, then you want to get all of your different religious leaders together and to inform them of the situation very, very early on in the process, so that at least from your very strong religious belief perspectives, you've got the leaders talking about public health issues of the pandemic in the same way, making the same recommendations. If you've got youth who listen to a particular popular icon, then maybe you want to engage those popular icons who the youth listen to. If you've got different tribes and ethnicities in your country, maybe you want to get leaders of each of those different tribes and ethnicities involved in the public messaging, so that you're using all the most effective communication channels. You're using multiple different champions for each of those channels. And you're thinking about how you're going to communicate to each of those groups, including illiterates. And how can you use all those media channels available? Can you use things like TV shows and radio shows and social media? Can you use create plot lines in the favorite television soap operas or radio soap operas to get across the message about what needs to be done for in relation to combating the outbreak? And finally, be aware that we as scientists can be our own worst enemy in communication. Scientists and policymakers tend to think in terms of counting and measuring. We look at cases, we look at costs, we look at things like temperatures and pathogen loads and diagnostic methods, and we end up doing a cost-benefit analysis and coming to this rational decision that this is what we need to do, either at an individual level or at a societal level. Generally speaking, that is not how the public thinks. The public thinks in terms of value and belief-based parameters, those fear factors like we discussed earlier, which lead to a sense of fear, dread, or outrage. Outrage if they've lost trust with the public officials and believe that things are not fair. Dread if they're left too much in a state of uncertainty and fear, without that sense of any choice or mastery over their own situation. So when we do our public messaging, sure, we want to start from our rational cost-benefit analysis type thinking on a personal level, but when we translate the recommendations to a message for the public, then we have to recognize that when we message them, we have to start with the emotion, the values, and the beliefs, and fold the facts into that rather than lead with the facts. So that's what I have for you today. I'd be very happy to take any questions. I know it's already run over somewhat from the scheduled time, but I very much appreciate your patience and your attention, and particularly your participation in the session. It was a great session from my perspective.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tim. Any questions or comments for Mr. Tim regarding what's just been taken through? We have one here.
Thank you, Tim Trevan, for a nice presentation about risk communication. My question just take me back to for your interface, maybe your online library.
if you have reference to various assessment at those that are applicable to the facility base and then national base, so that you may leave your contact for follow-up emails concerning, because some of our facilities and countries have less publication. And I think finding the right numbers give you the right plans to continue. And thank you again.
Well, I'm more than happy for Ian and the guys at Symbio Africa to share my contact information so that any one of you can email me at any stage. There are some fairly good free reference sources in relation to risk management, either at a facility level or at an environmental level. WHO have particularly in relation to COVID, produced several very good self-test documents about the ability of a medical facility to respond to COVID, or a facility assessment form. There's a general risk assessment document which started out life as the CWA 15793, and it now has become an ISO standard, ISO 35001, which is risk management, biorisk management for laboratories and laboratory-like organizations. The ISO is expensive, but I believe the CWA upon which the ISO was based is now freely available on the web. And so if you have a question about that, then I'm more than happy to find a URL for you and share that with you. In the heart of the CWA is a nice flow diagram of how to do a biorisk assessment. I have adapted that further from what's in the CWA. And again, I'm more than willing to share 2 slides I have on how to do a risk assessment, thinking about the lab not just as the work that goes on inside the lab, but all of the things that come in and out of the lab, and the physical and social environment in which the lab exists, so that we're thinking about all the things that could go wrong, not just the individual things that can go wrong with what we're doing in the lab, but all the things that can go wrong outside the lab as well as inside the lab. And the second one is that flow diagram as when you start to do a particular type of work, whether it's a new diagnostic procedure or a new research experiment, how do you do the risk assessment at that stage? What are the questions you ask, and how do you go about doing it? So I can share those 2 slides if anyone's interested.
Yes, thank you. Any questions or comments? You can ask about Saddam's secrets, if that's the question you have.
Thank you. I've just seen something here of interest to me, which I may need some clarification. What do you mean by fair and unfair effects? Fair versus unfair effects.
The fear and what, sorry?
Fair.
So if you're talking about this slide with the fear factors, as I said, basically, most humans are very poor at doing risk assessment, particularly of complex type situations. And so we either tend to overestimate or underestimate the risk that we're exposed to based upon our emotional response to the situation, as opposed to our rational analysis of risk benefits. So in real life, very few of us are good at using numbers. Very few people are good at doing are good at using probabilities. Very few people are very good at using percentages. And we tend to evaluate risk more in terms of our emotional response to the risk than in terms of any quantitative assessment to the risk. And so these are just the factors that likely to make us either overestimate or underestimate risk. I hope that answers your question. I'm not sure it does. I see Newton has his hand up. If we could go, if you could unmute and ask a question.
Yes, thanks. Still on this slide, sorry, but it seems that all the scientists may be single, but I know they are married one. But imagine you are a married scientist, and then you are working with a dangerous pathogen in the lab. So there are biorisk issues. How can you prepare psychologically your partner in case she lost or he loses trust in you in those kind of a pandemic situation?
Personally, I'm a very strong believer in transparency, openness up front, and explaining the why of what you're doing from the start. Are you talking about a colleague at work, or are you talking about someone out in the community who doesn't necessarily know about biology?
At work, and someone who doesn't know about biology, I think so. You are a scientist working at work, but you have a partner who doesn't know really about biology.
Right. So at work, I think the situation's easier because you've got a shared vocabulary, you've got a shared language of biology. And so you can have an open discussion with them saying, look, and this is something I recommend in all risk communication, is what's called STIC communication. STIC is an acronym, S for situation. Look, here's the situation. T is task. This is what we have to do. I is intent. This is why we're wanting to do it and what our intention is for the outcome. C is concern. These are the things that I'm concerned about which could go wrong. And the second C is calibrate. Now, what do you think about the situation? How do you think we can, are there concerns that I haven't addressed? And if there are, how can we address those two so that we're all on the same page? So I think if you're talking to a colleague, that's the sort of conversation you want to have. This is what this is the problem I'm trying to address. This is the task I'm doing. This is the intent of doing that task. These are the risks that I observe in doing this task. And these are the mitigation efforts I've put in place. Does that meet all your concerns? If it doesn't, what additional concerns do you have, and how can we jointly address those concerns? And that's the sort of conversation I'd have with your colleague from the get-go. Basically, you don't want to be working in the same lab with someone whose work you know nothing about, because if you don't know what they're doing, you don't know what risk you're being exposed to. So you want to have that openness between yourself and your work colleagues. If you're dealing with the members of the public, again, I think you've got to start with the why. Why are you doing what you're doing? You want to show that what you're doing has a societal benefit, that it's not just something about your own personal profit or your own personal promotion and furtherment in your career, that there's a societal benefit to doing what you're doing. And then again, explain that, particularly if you're doing research, that research is going into the unknown. It's not research if you're just doing what's already known. So of course, there are going to be some risks associated with it. But because the way you've structured your research, you've taken into account that there will be risks, and you put in place measures to mitigate that risk and reassess the risk at an incremental stage going forward. So again, I would start with the why when you're talking with the public, and the benefit to society rather than the personal benefit to you. Does that answer your question? I see Michael has his hand up. Thank you, Nitin, for the confirmation.
Yes, thank you. One of the key things I picked from your introduction is that you're dealing with dual research of concern, and this is a terminology that has been perturbing me for some time, and I would like you to share some thoughts about it.
Please go ahead.
I'm requesting you to share some knowledge about it.
Please do.
It's my request to you.
Oh, sorry, you're asking me to. Sorry,
Yes.
I misunderstood the question. Yeah, when you have something like a pandemic, it's not just a biological phenomenon. We had those questions about why do I have to shut my shop? When you have something like a pandemic, you have the physical biological entity and the human body's reaction to it causing the disease. But you have, as soon as you step back from that and you get into epidemiology, you're also talking about how the spread of the virus is impacted by human behavior and vice versa. You've got feedback loops immediately on behaviors. Those feedback loops and those behaviors generate emotions, which then have further second order impacts on things like economics, on which businesses open, which ones close, who's earning money, who's not earning money. That then goes to things like fairness in society. Pandemics always hurt the poor more than they hurt the rich, because the rich can afford not to work. So they can protect themselves by staying at home more easily than people who are desperately poor and have to work every single day, regardless of whether they're exposing themselves or not. So once you start thinking in terms of pandemic, you can't just think in terms of science and medicine. You have to start thinking about human psychology, about social psychology. You have to start thinking in terms of economics, resource availability, and fairness, equity, those sorts of issues. So, once you get into a pandemic, the issue immediately becomes multidisciplinary, and a government response has to go beyond just public health. It has to go into those other things like economics, like fairness and equity, and eventually things like what else are we not doing because of the countermeasures we're doing? What second order problems are we creating by our countermeasures? How is mental health doing because of the social isolation of lockdown? How are people dying of cancer because they're not getting treated, because they aren't going to hospital because of COVID? Things like that. So pandemics are incredibly complex phenomena, and we can't look at them just from one optic. We have to look at it holistically from every single perspective of humanity.
Okay, thank you very much on that. My other question is about harnessing the risk information. For instance, if you may be addressing some of your workers at a facility and you inform them that this chemical is teratogenic, it is carcinogenic, and some of them can utilize this information to protect themselves by observing the standard precautions, but then some can misuse the information to go ahead and maybe poison other people in their homes, in their communities, because you've given them a tool. So how do you make sure that information delivery itself is not a risk during risk communication?
Well, that's a perennial question. I think we're very fortunate in biology as physicians or researchers or diagnosticians or veterinary scientists, in that the vast majority of people who come into our field do so because they have a sense of wanting to do good for the world. And therefore, the way I look at it, is that we do far more good by providing that information to the 99.999% of people who want to do good than we do from hiding that information from the 0.001% of people who want to do bad. And so, yeah, there's no such thing as a risk-free life. I think on the balance, providing more people with more information does more good than that potential downside of giving that one bad actor some information that they might misuse. And don't forget that that person could, if that person is determined to do harm, they could probably find that same information by a different route because they're motivated to do so. Or they could find something which was equally harmful to do, not necessarily this thing, but something else. So my own view is that we do more good by providing more information to the good guys than we do by trying to hide the same information from bad guys.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? If there are none, I would like to thank Mr. Tim Trevan for making the time to take us through this session on risk communication. I personally have a question. Saddam's secrets, were you part of the team that identified where he's hiding? And
yeah, I was with the UN Special Commission, which was set up to find Iraq's weapons of mass destruction following the first Gulf War. So the commission was set up in April 1991. I joined the commission in January 92 and stayed there until nearly the end of 95. And so the book is about Iraq denied that it had a biological weapons program from the period of 1991 through to September 95. It consistently denied it had any biological weapons program. So the book is about how we as a commission went about finding the information which forced them finally to admit that they had a clandestine, illegal biological weapons program, and about what we found out about that program. So that's what the book is about, and that's why it's called Saddam's Secrets, because this is a program they, for 4 years, they refused to admit ever happened.
Great, thank you very much. In case you need to consult with Tim further, shall be able to share his email later so that you can reach out directly to him. Join me in giving a round of applause to Tim Trevan for facilitating us.
And thank you everyone for the opportunity to join with you in your workshop. Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. So that marks the end of day 2 of this SBA-GCBRI workshop for Eastern Africa. Yes, we'd like to thank the online participants, especially those who have been with us since morning. We'd like to thank our facilitators who have also been able to make the time for us today to equip us with the skills, capacity building, the legal framework, and now risk communication. So I think my microphone is also as exhausted as some of us are here. So tomorrow, yes, so day 3 will be half day, very, very brief program. we shall have a session on risk assessment and mitigation by Okea Michael from Makerere Biomedical Research Center, and have another then we have a second session on the risk of antimicrobial resistance by Robert Ramirez Garcia, after which we shall have a quick discussion on the strategies we would like to implement for the short and long term. And that's where we shall have a bit of you guys sharing with us your commitments on what you'll do when you get back to your countries. We shall have a call to action, an evaluation of the workshop, and official closing remarks. So by roughly midday, we shall be done. So that those who have to travel back, some of you are traveling back tomorrow, you'll be able to do that. And those who are staying here, we can always connect. So I would like to thank the online participants once again for making it this far. And I think for now, this will be it. We shall meet again tomorrow at 8 a.m. So I think the gentleman in the IT can end the meeting for now, and we resort to housekeeping for the in-person participants. Thank you.